you walking away. She was my one temptation, though I did not want her to stay. Deep down, I'm still confused about you. Oh, yes, I am, baby. And I feel so in love. Oh, baby, what can I do? I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about you. Thinking about you, baby. I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about you. You on my mind. I've been thinking about you. Oh, baby. I've been thinking about you. I've been thinking about you. Thinking about you. Got you on my mind. I've been thinking about you. Got you on my mind. I've been thinking about you. Thinking about you, babe. Can't get you off my mind. I get you on my mind, mind. Oh, I've been thinking about you.
Good morning.
I've been thinking
Am I switched on? Yes, I am. Can you hear me? Yes. No, you can't. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to day 2. How's everyone feeling this morning? Clear heads. Good. Is everyone here? Anyone missing? There's an empty chair. Empty chair just over there. Where's Gavin gone? Checking out. Yeah, checking out the hotel. Oh, yeah. Okay, so what are we going to talk about today? Well, we're going to spend a lot of time this morning, I think, on the legal side of things, because obviously it's such an important topic. And I've asked John Andrews to come along to answer your questions. So can you just raise your hand if you have thought about a question that you'd like to ask, just so I can get a shape of. Okay, we need a few more. We need a few more than that, please. All right. Although questions beget questions, so I don't think we're going to have any challenges there. Wasn't the interview with Chris interesting yesterday afternoon? It shows how someone's taking it very seriously, sees it as the growth strategy for the future, and has a very high and stretching goal. But when you have these big stretching goals, the reward at the end is so good, well, why wouldn't you want to put in the effort? It would be ludicrous to think that you can get a goal like, was it 50 in his case? Of £50 million, and you don't have to do anything. You know, it doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. Has anyone been listening to the radio or seen in any of the newspapers today the controversy over the Love Island star who's made these comments about, I'm paraphrasing, but anyone can be successful in life if they put enough effort in. Have you seen this? A few of you have. It was on the radio this morning, and in fact, I think I heard it last night as well. And it's kicked up quite a storm, I can tell you. Let me just find the article, because you might have an opinion on it. I think it's kind of relevant to what we've been talking about here. I had it open earlier for you. There it is. Okay, so Molly May Haig. You know exactly who I mean, obviously. No idea. Me neither. She said in an interview on a podcast at the end of last year, she said, I just think that you're given one life and it's down to you what you do with it. You can literally go in any direction. Let me just find the relevant. So I understand we all have different backgrounds and we're raised in different ways and have different financial situations. But if you want something enough, you can achieve it. and it just depends to what lengths you want to go to get where you want to be in the future. She said, I'll go to any length. And people have really slammed her for it because they say, it's because what they say is, look, I work very hard every day, and I'm not a multimillionaire. Therefore, there is no correlation between the effort that you put in and the outcome that you get. Well, it depends what you work hard at, right? Because if you work hard at working for someone else, and we'll use the standard shelf stacking type job, as the example, you're only ever going to reach a certain threshold of income, and therefore that's going to reflect on what you can do and the options that you have later in your life. But if you put the same amount of effort that you'd put into stacking shelves into buying a business, for example, the topic that we are here to discuss, then that amount of effort, what would that might be? Would it, a 40-hour week, overtime, 50-hour week, into doing this, your upside is so much larger because you're talking about bigger numbers and bigger outcomes and those sorts of things. Does that make sense? So I wonder whether we can actually, I'll see if we can play the audio clip through the speakers later so that everyone can hear, because it is massively controversial with people saying this is just disgusting. How dare she say that anyone can achieve in life what they want? I don't quite see what the problem is with that. I've always thought that was the case. I think the people who think that you can't are the people who've tried and failed. And they don't want anyone to say, well, it's down to you. Your life is down to you. They would rather blame other people because it's easier that way. Let's blame the outcome of our lives on everyone else. It's all about taking responsibility. Some people are fine with taking responsibility. Some people don't want responsibility. Well, if you don't want responsibility, you'll always work for someone who's willing to take responsibility. And if you're willing to take the responsibility and buy the businesses and own the businesses and take them through a sales process in 3 years' time, then you will get the results commensurate with the effort that you've put in. Is this controversial, or is this kind of like common sense, right? And the problem with the common sense is that it's not so common. Anyway, but I just thought it was interesting because it kind of ties in with what we were talking about yesterday morning. If it's to be, it's up to me. And if you want this, you've got to do something. And these 2 days are the launch pad for doing this stuff. But you've got to follow through on it. Don't run out of enthusiasm by middle of February and then say, oh, it didn't work. You've got to keep the enthusiasm level high. Keep the motivation level high. How's your motivation level this morning, Gavin? Fantastic. We've also got, sorry, my voice is a little croaky this morning. We also have an interesting case study, sorry, with Phil, who's sitting directly behind the pillar. I need to come around here to see it. Phil just showed me an email that you got, last night, this morning? Yeah. Actually, Phil, do you want to just grab your phone and just come up here for a moment? Do we have our handhelds, please? Could you just run one down to me? Thank you. Which kind of illustrates some of the points that we were talking about. That's brilliant. Thank you. So, can you hold the mic and open the email and read all at the same time? There you go. So this is this morning's test. So tell me, first of all, you sent out some letters just remind us what you said yesterday, end of last year.
I sent out the letters in the middle of December, and as I says, mixed bag of responses. I've had people add me on LinkedIn and no talk to me. I've had people phone me up, tell me I was a tyre kicker, and then I've had email.
Well, if anyone's wasting anyone's time with that phone call, it's them wasting your time, isn't it? Yeah.
Yep. Which brings me on to my second letter. Obviously, I've now had the initial letter and the phone calls, and time consuming. So now the second letter's going to sort of bring the time down by telling them what I need before they call me, and then it's the process.
Do you want to send that to me so I can have a look at that? Not now, but I mean next week. Just send that to Maria so I can have a look at that letter for you.
The second letter?
Yeah.
Right.
Because I want you to do this, you see. I want if we, we talked yesterday about it would take typically 4 deals to get you to the EBITDA level that you need to be able to access, was it 23?
23.2.
A 23.2 exit multiple. I mean, that is just staggering. Staggering.
Transport's the infrastructure of the country.
So we want to get there as fast as possible.
Yep.
Okay, so you got a response to one of those letters last night?
No. It was actually Tuesday.
Okay.
He sent me the email saying he sent out a letter to my business partner. I'm looking.
Don't put your phone. I want you to read the email.
All right.
Is that okay?
Right, yeah. On the 4th of January, he sent me, "Hi, you wrote to my business partner just before Christmas asking if we had any thoughts on selling the company. And the answer is yes. I am wanting to retire early, and his partner is also wanting to move on, but is prepared to stay on a bit and help out. I will be honest with you, as we have another company looking at buying our business, and at the moment are stating a completion date of the 31st of March.
Okay, so let's just pause there. 2 things. First of all, what did I say yesterday morning about people moving their retirement plans earlier, prompted by COVID? So that's the first interesting point. The second is they've got someone who's talking about a completion date of the 31st of March, but they are still contacting Phil at the beginning of January. Why do you think that might be? They want to complete earlier, number one. The deal's not going as well, but they don't want to say that at this stage. It's not true. It just might not be the case. They might just be, it's the one negotiating tactic that sellers have to say, there's someone else interested. And of course, you always say, well, that's brilliant. Why don't you go with them? Because they think that when they say, there's someone else interested, you'll go, oh, right, okay, well, let's see if we can improve our offer. It should be the opposite. You say, oh, well, don't want to step on their toes if they got there first. So, where are we at then? So he wants to do a deal before the 31st of March.
Yeah. I emailed him back and I told him to speed up the process, I'm needing your last 3 years' accounts forwarded to me. Never sent him a non-disclosure. He sent me all the stuff on my way down on the Wednesday. I sat down with Gavin and Christina on the Wednesday night, and the two of them read it in a different way, the valuation. So
when you say read, you mean Gavin and Christina looked at the accounts and came up with different numbers?
Yep.
Does this then tie in with what we said yesterday, which is if we all looked at the same business on the same minute, we'd all come up with a different idea of value, because value is different to every one of us depending on our situation and how we perceive the future of the business and what we can do with it. And did you come up with a different number as well? Did you all do the same exercise?
Yeah. See, it's
and what numbers did you come up with?
well, I think Gavin came up with 300, was it? I came up with 250.
Okay.
And I think Christina,
Where's Christina?
don't know, don't see her.
Okay. She's checking out too.
She's on her way there.
yeah. But it was a different number. Okay, fine. So they then emailed you, was it this morning?
Last night.
Last night?
I sent them an email back.
Keep that phone open. Keep that phone open. That's where all the information is.
Right, so they emailed me last night after me emailing them back yesterday. And it says, "Hi Philip, hope you are well. Yes, the fee is a lot. As I says, there was a £25,000 legal and professional fees, and every other year it was only 5,000. So I questioned it, and he told it was to get 2 years tax returns back and installing a computer system. And they sent me the invoices to prove. So this is
Just as an aside, quite often, higher legal fees in the most recent period can point to an aborted sale.
right. It says, yes, the fee is a lot, but it was a charge for the company getting us a tax return for 2 years on computer and software development. I have attached what we was charged and what we received for the charge. Regarding the value of the business, we are looking in the region of between 325 and 350,000.
Okay, so you said 250 when you looked at it earlier. Would you be prepared, because 325 to 350 feels like between 250 and 300, to be fair.
Yeah.
And if they want to do something fast, then they have to give up something in return, which is lower consideration if they want speed. They can't have speed and the highest amount of money.
Yeah.
And if we're not even certain that this other party exists, maybe the deal's fallen over, maybe they're exaggerating a little bit, or they think the deal's going to fall over, then you could be the only player in town anyway. So let's say that let's say that we agree at 300. Would you be happy with that?
I would say so.
Yeah, good. So, can the business pay that over time? How much profit does it make?
It's only 53,000.
Okay, and that's so you've looked at the dividends that the shareholders receive.
I didn't actually notice.
No,
that
that's
in the
okay.
accounts.
So if it only makes 53,000 under your ownership, would it make more?
I would imagine it would make about treble that.
Oh, treble.
Treble.
Okay, then suddenly 300 feels like a good deal.
Yep.
Because it could pay for itself technically in 2 years.
Yep.
Okay, great. So if you said it's only making 50, I'll pay the 300, but it needs to be over the next 6 years, that might be a doable deal.
Right.
Yeah?
Yep.
And it would be your first one.
Yep.
And it's not the world's biggest,
No.
but if you take 150,000 and you multiply that by 23, that's like 3 million, right?
Yep. Close.
Yeah, it is. That's the accountant in the room, yeah. It's about 3 million. So your £300,000 purchase, of which I don't think, if they want to do it really fast, you haven't got time to go to the bank and get a loan, have you?
No.
So you need to do it in a way where we don't pay anything on completion. The first payment's 90 days from completion.
Right, okay.
Yeah? Because
Yeah.
we can't go to the bank. If they want to do it by the end of January, we haven't got time for that.
No.
So we need to do it this way.
Yeah.
But they can hand you the keys the end of January. The business is legally yours. They've been relinquished of their responsibilities, and they're going to receive 300,000 over the next 6 years. Enjoy your retirement.
Yep.
Okay?
Okay.
So you now know that that is your first contribution into your group.
Yep.
And the first is always the hardest. So let's see if we can get it done by the end of January.
Yep.
You're a good lawyer for that. And someone who moves fast. And then that is your first £3 million contribution to your
50 million.
your exit.
Yep.
It's exciting, right?
Yep.
And I think you can do it.
I think I can do it as well.
You know what I'm going to do? Yesterday I mentioned I'm doing this brand new mastermind this year. It's 10 meetings here across the course of the year.
Right.
I'll give you a free place. Okay?
Right, okay.
Yeah? And then if you're coming here every month this year, you'll do it.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Your chances increase dramatically because you'll have all this rubbing off on you every single month, and you'll have the support and the inspiration and the motivation.
Perfect.
There you go. I will shake your hand, but I'm not. I'll bump you over. There you go.
Cheers.
Not quite the same. There you go. Good stuff. Okay, let's talk legal stuff. John, would you like to just step up here, please? Now, some of you already know John because you've used him to do your own acquisitions. There's a mic for you. Thank you very much.
Morning, everybody.
Would you like to just give us some context? Just give us the potted career history, please.
Of me, yeah?
Yes, that'd be great.
Yeah, so I'm a partner of a firm called JMW. I'm based in the city. I started locally working in Twickenham, had my own firm for 25 years, then joined a bigger regional firm, and then last year joined JMW. I've been a corporate lawyer all my life and enjoy what I do.
Yeah, and one of your colleagues at your former firm does all of my lease work.
Yeah, absolutely, Lily. She's a really good property lawyer. Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah. So John, you've been doing a lot with the masterminders on acquisitions. What would you say would be the most helpful advice to someone looking at their first deal in terms of the legal aspect and sort of teeing it up correctly so that you can help them get it over the line?
So, as you say, Jonathan, I've acted for a few of the guys that have been on your courses. So I think we're pretty familiar with how these deals are structured and where you need to be. I think the thing that I find causes the most complications is that the heads of terms are really important for you, and you can involve us at quite an early stage in that process. And generally speaking, when we're dealing with heads of terms, we don't charge you for that, because for us, it's a way to facilitate the deal going through smoothly, gets it through quickly. So iron out all of your key issues at that really early stage. I think that the things that cause issues are confusion over the financial terms that you've agreed. So we can help you have some clarity on that, first of all. Secondly, the things that come up at a later stage, which shouldn't come up at a later stage, are things like security for your deferred payments. You suddenly find that the seller is told by his lawyer that you should get some kind of security, so whether it's a personal guarantee, whether it's a charge over the shares, whether it's a charge over assets. So all those things can be ironed out at a very early stage, because we have an understanding as to what these sellers are going to be looking for and what they have in mind, and we know how to address those to try and avoid them if we can for you.
Yeah, interesting. So the heads, if we get the heads right, and we get it nice and clear, and it's not sort of slapdash and sort of
get the heads right,
yeah.
and that's 50% of your deal done, really. Anything else that comes after that tends to be negotiations on your share purchase agreement or your asset purchase agreement, which the lawyers deal with, and within certain parameters, that shouldn't take too long to sort out. I've got a couple of deals at the moment where they've been dragged out because the financials haven't quite been what the seller said they were, and because the two parties can't quite come to final terms on the price, and that they should have been done at a much earlier stage, really.
Okay, and I think there's I sometimes see a tendency for the enthusiasm between the buyer and the seller. Let's do the deal. Great, you can retire. We'll buy your business. And then the financial details are a little bit woolly. And there is a tendency for sellers to always believe they get the price on day one.
Yeah.
And then they're massively disappointed when the buyer tries to squeeze in to the purchase agreement payment terms that the seller doesn't even know about until they see it in the agreement.
No, I think that's right. And the other thing that I'm finding is, particularly on these smaller deals, anything from 50,000 up to 3, 4, 500,000, with these managed businesses, you find that once they've found a buyer for their business, They've agreed a price. What they then try to do is, in the period of time between having agreed a deal and actually completing that deal, there tends to be quite a lot of manipulation of the finances of the business in between. So, you know, they stop paying people. They start taking dividends out, which they really shouldn't be taking. And that's where the issues then start to arise, because you suddenly get the accountants coming in, looking at the figures and saying, well, hold on, you're not going to have the working capital that you need to carry this business going forwards. There needs to be a renegotiation. So I think that when you're having your discussions with the seller at these early stages and heads of term stage, you need to make it quite clear that the offer you're making has been based on the figures that you've seen to date. And what they can't do is, after you've done that deal, is try to manipulate the cash that they're taking out of the business to fit that figure.
So if you're buying the shares, you're buying the balance sheet, you're buying the assets, and you're buying the liabilities as a package, and you're getting a net asset value for the business. If they take out all the cash at bank, then the net asset value of the business drops, and therefore, as a result, the business is worth less.
Yeah, exactly right. So have in mind that lots of the deals that we're doing and that you will probably do will be based on a completion accounts mechanism. So you will agree a figure, but that figure should be based upon a certain amount of working capital hopefully being left in the business, a certain level of debtors and creditors, and then post-completion there will be an adjustment made.
Okay. So someone asked me yesterday, so let's make this the first question from the audience, and I can't remember who it was asked me, but I was asked at the end of the day the difference between buying assets, buying shares, just to absolutely clarify that in everyone's mind.
Yeah, okay, and that's probably a really important decision for you. So if you're going to buy assets, there are three scenarios in which you'll do that. If the seller is a sole trader or a partnership or an LLP, quite often, in those circumstances, you will have to do an asset purchase. If the seller is a limited company, you have the choice to buy the assets or the shares in that company. The key difference is this. If you buy the shares in a limited company, all that changes, so far as that business is concerned, is who owns that limited company. So the limited company has its own legal identity. It's the limited company that employs the staff. It's the limited company that contracts with clients. So when you buy the shares in that company, so far as the staff are concerned, and so far as clients of that business are concerned, it's still the same company. So there is a continuity of business, and that has certain advantages because there's no change required to who the contracting parties are to any contracts. There's no need to deal with transfer of staff from one entity to another, which is cheapy as it's known. And also, so far as the credit history and banking history of that business, you continue that because all you're doing is buying the shares in that company. So everything is wrapped up in that business that you buy. The advantage of that, as I say, is a certain amount of simplicity and a certain amount of continuity. The downside for it is there's an increased risk because you are taking that limited company over with all the historical issues that it may have, all the historical tax issues that may be hidden away. And that's why the due diligence for doing a share purchase, generally speaking, needs to be of a higher level, particularly from an accountancy side, because of that risk that you're taking on. You will find that if the seller is a limited company, most sellers will want to do a share sale to you because from a tax perspective, it's much more efficient. If you look at a business and it's a limited company and you perceive that there are big risks in taking that limited company over, then you will have to negotiate a position where you buy the assets from that limited company and put them into your own special purchase vehicle, so an SPV. An asset purchase, the risks of that are far less because you're not taking over the historical position of a limited company. All you are doing is buying goodwill, assets, and taking over staff if that's what you decide to do. The upside of that is, as I say, less risky. The downside is that it can be slightly more complicated because if the business has staff, you will need to deal with TUPE and transfer those staff across to your SPV. If the business owns property, you will need to get the freehold or leasehold properties transferred across to your SPV, so there's an increased cost to you from a legal perspective there. And you will also have to deal with the issue of notifying clients of the business that there's been a change of ownership and operation of the entity that's providing the services. And sometimes that can cause issues for two reasons. First of all, the clients can object to that transfer and start to look elsewhere for the provisions that the business has been providing. And some contracts have change of control provisions. It's basically say if there is a change of supplier, in those circumstances the contract comes to an end, and then that then gives the client an opportunity to renegotiate with you or again look elsewhere. So those are the issues that you face with doing an asset purchase.
That's a really good summary. So that needs to be decided on fairly early so that it can go into the heads as well. On the tax side of things, there is, in the mind of the seller, they want to do the share purchase because they've heard about entrepreneurs relief, or what's it called now, business disposal
Relief, yeah.
Yeah, whatever the new name is. That's probably going to sort of shrink and disappear soon anyway. But at the moment, you can get a 10% tax rate on your first £1 million of the sale of your shares, which is useful for the sellers of smaller business. Well, it's useful for anyone, I guess. So if, however, you do an asset purchase, there are larger tax implications in that and I know neither of us are accountants, so actually we've got a couple of accountants here, but that then creates a corporation tax.
Yeah, so what happens with, if it's a limited company that sells assets, the assets, the consideration for the sale of those assets goes into the limited company. It doesn't go to the seller directly. So you then have cash going into the limited company, which gets taxed, and then the shareholders in the company have to get that cash out of that limited company again. So there's another tax charge when it comes out there. So which is why most sellers, if they've got limited companies, want to sell the shares, because they are selling their shares and they personally receive the tax. At the moment, provided they've held them long enough and it's a qualifying business, they'll pay tax at 10% at the moment.
There's one way round it where they do a member's voluntary liquidation of the company, and then the cash can be taken out at 10%.
Yeah.
So all of the creditors are paid, there's money left in the company, and that's distributed out to the shareholders. People kind of freak out a little bit when they hear the word liquidation, because it sort of, they only ever have negative associations with it, where in actual fact it's a business tool used in restructuring, and if you're buying distressed businesses, there'll be times when you're going to be closing them down and buying out the assets from yourself effectively. But so it's not all negative, but that is one way of them getting their 10%.
Yeah,
relief.
That's right. And if you come across a seller who's adamant that they want to sell the shares in their company, and you do have some concerns about historical liabilities, one, it's a bit of a fad, but one way you can do it is that you have your SPV acquire the shares in the trading company, and at some point you hive all the business and assets up to your SPV, and then you quietly close down the limited company you've bought, and then you sort of ring-fenced that liability, and you've got rid of the risky entity.
Yeah, absolutely. I bought a group of companies from a private equity firm about 5 years ago, and I knew that I was buying a problem. The reason they were selling it to me for £1 was because it was a huge problem, and there are all these tax avoidance schemes, film partnerships, if you ever came across those a few years ago, and EBTs, employee benefit trusts, all ways that the previous owners had used to avoid paying any tax. And I inherited all of these. And I've got a really good guy, if you ever buy a business with tax problems, who can, he's an ex-HMRC inspector, and now he says he gets up every morning. There's an interview with him on one of the very early podcasts, and goes out to fight HMRC on behalf of his clients. He's got a great attitude, and he did a very good job of sort of holding them at bay till I could sort of restructure and take the sort of basically save the value in the company and then get rid of everything else. But it's a tool. I guess you've got a department that does restructuring.
Yeah, we have.
Okay. So does that answer, whoever it was that asked me the assets versus shares, does that answer that? Are there any, or was it you, Christine? Does it answer? Okay, well let's grab a mic, because don't forget we've got people at home on the live stream. Where is our second mic, please? If you could just run it up to the front here, that would be great. Thank you. The people on the live stream can't hear a word unless a microphone is used.
Right. What I'm actually wanting to know is the physical difference between assets and shares. So, for example, in an insurance company or a letting agent, what would be the difference between buying shares of a letting agent and the assets of a letting agent?
Okay, so if we took a letting agency as an example, if you buy the shares in a letting agency, you have to have in mind that a limited company is a person in its own right. Okay, so if you imagine a limited company as being a person, what you are doing is essentially buying that person. So with all of their experience, their business, their history and knowledge. So you are buying paperwork, so shares, in a limited company. So all that changes from a legal perspective is who owns that company. The company itself doesn't change. It carries on doing business and contracting with people and incurring liabilities. If you buy a letting agency as a limited company, all that changes at Companies House is who owns the shares in that company. You will probably change the directors because you will step in and take over the running of the business of yourself. But if you keep the old directors on at Companies House, the directors remain the same, and to all intents and purposes, to the businesses that it trades with and the people it trades with, nothing has changed. The assets of a letting agency, generally speaking, will be mainly its database, goodwill, and its contracts with landlords and tenants. So if you come in yourself personally or with your own SPV and buy the assets of that business, the limited company, the letting agency, will sell you and will transfer to you its database, its goodwill, so it's probably the right to use its trading name, and it will also transfer to you all of the contracts. But you've then got to go off to each landlord and to each tenant and say, I've now bought your contract from the letting agent. Do you agree to this being transferred to me? So you have to go through that process. So does that explain the difference to you? So assets are physical assets of a business. Shares are the paperwork of the ownership in a limited company.
Okay, and let's say this would be my first purchase of a letting agent, and I bought the assets. How would I use those? The database and all that sort of thing.
Well, that's the business. The business, you're buying the business. The business is an asset. You're just not buying the company in which the business resides. So the business carries on. The staff still turn up to work in the same office and do the same thing the day after you purchase as they did the day before.
Right, so in other words, with the assets, you're just buying the good stuff. With the shares, you're buying everything.
Yes.
That's one way of putting it. That is one way of putting it.
So Linda and I have a goal, and I like to say these goals out loud because otherwise it kind of helps. You'll be asking me throughout the course of the year, so it kind of holds me accountable. 62 deals between now and the end of the year. To do 62, and they're all small. You know, their maximum value would be in the high hundreds of thousands, which is why we've got to do large volumes to get our overall number. And we want to do asset purchases because with smaller businesses, it's the cleanest thing to do. With larger acquisitions, it's probably going to be a share purchase unless it's distressed.
Yeah.
Unless it's got problems. So to do 62, we've got to be cookie cutter. It's done like this, bish bash bosh. Don't have to worry about the past. No concerns about tax implications. Same 2p letter to everyone. So it just speeds up the process. Where if we did it as a share purchase each time, and we had 62 companies with 62 sets of problems and 62, it would just be a nightmare.
Yeah, I think what I found is that when people building these calls come to me, what they will say is Jonathan always does asset purchases, which is right. But part of that is driven by the nature of the business that you're acquiring. It's driven by the low purchase price and the fact that you do your deals so quickly. What it does mean is that any due diligence that you do, I guess, is probably very limited.
It's around income.
Exactly.
That's really what it is.
So what that does is it enables you to do the deals quickly. And in your industry, which you know well, you know what you're looking for, you know what the risks are, you can do that. If you're doing your first deals and you're spending £200,000, £300,000, £400,000 on these deals, and you're trying to make the decision as to whether you do an asset purchase or a share purchase, there will be more of a due diligence process involved unless you are prepared to say, I'm prepared to risk that sum of money. I'm prepared to do an asset purchase and take on that business and take the good parts, as you say, and leave the bad parts behind, and then run it in my own way. But there's an inherent risk in doing deals in that manner if you don't do due diligence. It just depends upon your appetite for risk and how quickly you want to do the deal.
Okay. One final follow-up, Christine, then when you need to you need to share the mic after that, okay?
Damn. Why would one ever do a share purchase in that case?
There's lots of reasons to do a share purchase. First of all, as I say, the seller may only be interested in a share purchase. Secondly, you may well want continuity of the business, so you may want the banking history that it's got. You may want the trading history that it's got. And you may not want the risk that if you do an asset purchase, that clients of the business will be lost because they have historically dealt with the previous company and want to continue dealing with that company. There's lots of reasons that you may do a share purchase.
And to add two more, for example, in Andy's type of business where it's government contracts.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the only way to go. There may be a £250,000 C-bill sitting in the bank that you'd like to get your hands on, and that's the way to do it. Or they've got a nice big overdraft that isn't personally guaranteed, or something like that. Yes, just grab the mic.
Yeah, just following on from that, I think I've heard over yesterday that you can build in a right of offset against future consideration for if you're on a share purchase, if there's anything that comes out of the woodwork afterwards.
Absolutely. I mean, the way you protect yourself on share purchases is that you try and pay as little as possible up front, so you have lots of deferred consideration, and if possible, do it all by way of deferred, and we've done some deals like that. You'll have a right in the contracts or in the share purchase agreement, which will say that we can set off potential claims that we have against the money that we owe you, and there's a mechanism built in to deal with any disputes which may arise as to claims. So there are ways that you can protect yourself, and if you've got deferred consideration, you de-risk your position because you've got the cash in your bank, so you've not got to go to the seller and try to get money out of them. You will just hold it back from the funds that you owe to them.
But also you can have that benefit with an asset purchase as well.
Yeah.
So if the income that they've stated that would typically be attached as a schedule to the asset purchase agreement and something that they warrant isn't that, they don't have £1 million of recurring revenue every month, there's only 500,000, then of course that damages the value of the business and you pay less. And your power is the fact that, as John said, you're holding on to the money.
Yeah, exactly.
You're in a stronger negotiating position when you hold the money. Yeah, just pass the mic around the table for me. Thank you.
Very quick question. If I am buying a business, I'm buying the shares of a limited company, and that limited company has a lease on the name of the company, do I have to do some legal work to change the lease, or the lease stays with the company as it is?
No. So if the lease is in the name of the limited company, you don't actually have to do anything if you don't want to. Quite often, what clients ask us to do is to actually do a report on the lease, to tell them when rent reviews are due, how the rent is reviewed, when repair work has to be done, and who's responsible for it. So quite often, a lease is probably one of the most onerous parts of acquiring any business, whether it's you're going to do an asset purchase or a share purchase. And most clients just want to know what they're letting themselves in for in taking that lease, in taking the lease over. But in terms of physically transferring the lease from one entity to another, with a share purchase, you don't need to do that, provided the lease is registered to the limited company. With an asset purchase, you do need to get the lease transferred across.
So is there any mentioning of the name of the previous owner on that lease? Because I went through a similar process and there was legal work involved, which thought...
Yeah, so sometimes you will find that for whatever reason, even with a limited company, that the lease is actually in the name of the seller. And if that happens, you will need to get the lease assigned. The other thing that can happen is that quite often the lease is in the name of the company, but the seller has personally guaranteed the liabilities under it. And what you will find in that scenario is that the seller will want to get released from that guarantee. So you may find yourself in a negotiation with the landlord to go on to that lease personally yourself. You want to try to avoid that. Or you might try to get the landlord to accept that your new company should be the tenant without a personal guarantee. That can be a bit of a struggle, but in this current market, your negotiation position is better than it has been historically. Or what you will find is that if the landlord can't or hasn't got time to release the seller before completion takes place, quite often the agreement will simply say that you would indemnify, or your SPV would indemnify the seller for any liability that arises under the lease.
But the lease work is always the time-consuming part. Could we just pass the mic? We're going to go to this table, then we're going to go back to the back of the room, okay?
Yeah, just following off that, Jonathan, you're absolutely right. I mean, commercial deals can be done, generally speaking, as quickly as you want them done, and as quickly as the due diligence process would allow. So if you come to a lawyer and say, look, this deal's got to go through in 2 weeks, I'm going to do the due diligence, or we're going to do limited due diligence, we can meet that timescale. What you will find is that the part that always holds deals up, in my experience, is the property side, because you're dealing with a landlord, and their time frame for dealing with matters and getting the references or looking into you as an acquirer is the one thing that we don't have control over.
And conveyancing solicitors can be very slow.
Property is still. It's the most antiquated part of the law. It's still paper-based. Trying to get a property lawyer to get their finger out is difficult. Don't let my property colleagues hear any of this.
I'd agree, John. Good to meet you, by the way, in person after Zoom calls and phone calls all this time. So.
Yeah, we're saying there's a few people here that I've met online. It's quite nice to meet you in person, actually. Yeah.
I've got a number, but I'll just start with one. You touched on it earlier around deferred consideration and security on deferred consideration. I think it's relevant because it will come up in most instances because everyone has tried to defer as much as possible into the future. So the obvious question is, okay, so what security do I have over that? In your opinion, what's the kind of sequencing of, well, I would start from a buyer's perspective, I would start with offering maybe this, which is less onerous for us, the buyer, through to kind of what's, if you can't do that, it's the next one. If you can't do that, it's the next one. And what are the implications of those?
Okay, well, I know from a commercial negotiation perspective, Jonathan's far better at this than I am. But in terms of a legal perspective, the first thing is you won't offer any security at all because you'll say, look, I'm going to do the deal. I'm the only buyer here, and these are the terms on which I'm prepared to do it. If your negotiation position is weaker than that, or you're particularly keen to do the deal, the first thing that you may offer is a charge or a debenture over the target company, if it's a limited company that you're acquiring, or if it's an asset purchase or you're using an SPV and the seller wants a bit more security than that, you could offer a charge or a debenture over your SPV and or the target company. The thing you need to bear in mind about offering that is that if you are financing this deal with third-party debt, so from a bank, for example, a bank invariably are going to want a first charge, a first debenture over your SPV and or the target. So the best you can offer in that scenario is a charge that is deferred to the bank's charge. Going beyond that, and this is what you want
so deferred in the context of second charge.
So it's a second charge. So what happens is the bank will have priority, and the seller's debenture will rank second in priority behind the bank. The other thing you can do is the third thing and the last option you can do is to offer a personal guarantee. But again, that then places you personally and all of your personal assets on the line. If that is the only way to do the deal and you really do want to do the deal, then you want to negotiate a cap on your liability under that personal guarantee. But that you need to try to avoid that at all costs. And I think that's why it's important at an early stage where you are negotiating your heads and you are looking at a deal with deferred consideration, you make it quite clear that a personal guarantee is not on the table. And I know, Jonathan, you've got a few ways that you negotiate that with the seller at an early stage to make it quite clear why you can't do that. You can
put it in the heads, because usually the personal guarantee part is raised by their lawyer, isn't it?
Exactly.
And usually sort of quite a long way down the line, and reasonably at the last minute. So what you could do, you could actually put into the heads of terms just one sentence that says the directors are not in a position to offer a personal guarantee. Because when everyone's signing up to the heads, the seller doesn't realise how that would even be relevant, because they haven't got to the legal bit yet. And then when the solicitor for the other side says, well, we need to get a PG off these guys, you can take the moral high ground, wave around the heads of terms. It's not binding, but wave around the heads of terms and say, look, we've already agreed this. Please don't go back on the deal. And that sort of strikes horror into the hearts of fair-minded English people.
and actually, where this comes full circle, it actually comes back to the issue about asset purchase. Is this: if you do an asset purchase from a limited company, you as the buyer are probably going to want a personal guarantee from the seller, because if it's a limited company that's selling all its assets, once it's sold its assets, all it is a shell company with nothing in it. If you then have a warranty claim that you want to bring and that isn't covered by the amount of your deferred consideration, the limited company that you bought the assets from has got no value at all. So you need to get a PG from the seller. So you've reversed the situation. Absolutely. And you have the same discussion at that point.
So if you want a personal guarantee from me, then I know that we're going to be asking for a personal guarantee from you as well. And they don't want it either.
Yeah, exactly right, exactly.
Hi, John.
Nice to see you, Jack.
How you doing? What's the difference between a debenture and a corporate guarantee?
Well, so it depends on which context you're talking about. So a debenture is simply a charge granted by a limited company over all of its business and assets. And to put it quite simply, those charges consist of two elements. There is a fixed charge over all the actual physical assets of the business. So stock in trade, cash received, those kinds of things. That's your fixed charge. And there is also a thing called a floating charge, which, as a legal concept, it just floats over the whole entity of the limited company. So if there is a default, that charge suddenly crystallises over the whole business. So usually banks take debentures, but if you are taking debentures as a seller, if there's a default event which takes place, you suddenly are able to say, well, everything that business owns or receives is subject to the charge that I have over the business. A corporate guarantee is where one company guarantees the liability of another company.
Fine.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, let's thank you, Jack, if you don't mind just running that over to the far side. And then we'll come to the questions at the back, okay?
Yeah, I have a question about the golden shares. In my deal that we've agreed, they've asked for quite a lot of guarantees and debentures, and debenture over the group, and debenture over the company, and also golden shares. So while we refused all guarantees, I agreed to golden shares, which then led to kind of not understanding. Could you explain this golden shares? And
so golden shares you don't come across very often in these early deals, and I really don't like them, because what they essentially do is give the holder of that share the ability to control what the company does. It gives them the ability to take priority on dividends. It gives them, if certain events take place, it gives them the ability to control voting rights. So golden shares, I think, in many respects, are probably one of the worst options you can agree to, in my experience. Usually, you find golden shares appear in private equity deals, and there's a reason for that, because private equity houses actually want to get their hands on the rights of those golden shares.
And they put a lot of money in.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, fair play to them to want to control the company in certain situations. Yeah. Okay, great. You can just pass the mic to the table behind you, and we're circling back here, guys.
Morning, John. I'm at heads of terms with a cafe at the moment, actually, and this issue of, well, how are you going to secure that deferred consideration came up, and I did what Jonathan always says. Well, my reputation, of course, I could never buy another business if anything went wrong with that. And also, I do say the phrase, there'll be a pretty chunky solicitor agreement. Now, I don't actually know what that chunky solicitor agreement is. So if you could give us a few words on that, and why you would need anything else on top of that.
Yeah, certainly. So whether it's a share purchase agreement or an asset purchase agreement, there are certain things that it will contain in it. So the structure of agreement will be this. It will set out the financial terms, so what's being paid and how it's being paid. That's the first thing it does. The second thing it will do is it will contain restricted trade clauses, typically on the sellers, to stop them competing with the business once they've sold it to you. The third thing it will do, and this is the most important thing from the point of view of you as a buyer and the seller's liability, is it will contain warranties and indemnities about the business. So warranties are promises that the seller gives to you about the business. Okay? And if those promises prove to be untrue, then potentially you can make a claim against them for breach of contract. So, for example, a simple example is there will be a warranty that says there are no outstanding legal claims against the company and haven't been in the last 2 years. If that proves to be untrue and the business suffers potential financial loss as a consequence of that, then you can make a claim for breach of warranty. Now, what I would say to you is this. As a buyer, breach of warranty claims are really expensive to bring, and they're also difficult to prove, because you don't have to only show that there's been a breach. You have to show that that breach has caused a loss, and then you have to go even further, and you have to show that that loss has reduced the value of the shares if it's a share purchase of the business that you've bought. So it's not a simple question of saying, that's not true, you owe me money. There's a whole process to go through. So unless there's a lot of cash at stake, you're never going to be pursuing those claims. And there will also be, within the contract, a de minimis level which protects the seller, which says until a claim has reached a certain value, it has to be disregarded. Indemnities are slightly different. Indemnities are specific provisions you put in a contract to cover particular risks that you've identified in your due diligence. So if you've identified, for example, the fact that the seller has been using the business as a lifestyle business, for example, so he's been putting his double glazing through the company and his family holidays, and there could be a potential for a tax liability arising from that. You will put a particular indemnity to say if this arises, you will have to pay me on a pound for pound basis, indemnify me for that. So you don't have to go through the whole warranty process. If the indemnity event occurs, you are entitled to a pound for pound reimbursement for that. So that's where you protect the buyer side. From the seller's side, if I'm acting for a seller, I will build into the contract a whole raft of events which, if they occur, will mean that the consideration is no longer deferred. So, for example, if you've got staged deferred dates for consideration, I will insist that those payment dates have to be made on those dates. So you make time of the essence is the clause that you use. If they don't pay you on time, then the contract will say, at that point in time, the whole of the deferred consideration becomes owing and due. Now, it may be the case that the buyer's not in a position to pay that to you, but it then puts you in a strong position as the seller to say, well, you now don't owe me the next instalment. You owe me the whole £200,000, £300,000 that would have been paid over 2 or 3 years. So that's quite a strong incentive for the buyer to pay on time. So that if I'm acting for the seller, that's what I try to negotiate for them.
All right, so we need to...
No,
So can we just repeat the question back? Otherwise, everyone misses it, you see. The mic is really important.
I just wanted to specify if this is negotiable, or is it always the case that if you default, then you pay the whole of the consideration?
No, again, it's a negotiating position, so it depends where the parties are and where they want to be. But if I'm acting for the seller and there's a lot of deferred consideration, that is what I will strongly try to negotiate. That's the best thing you can negotiate for a seller if you are in a deferred consideration situation, particularly if there is there's no security for the deferred payments. And sometimes what you do is you give some leeway. So you say if 2 payments aren't made on time, for example, or 3. So it's a negotiation position, but it's something that can be used to give the seller some peace of mind if you're trying to negotiate a position and they're being really insistent on, and the buyer's being really insistent on PGs, for example.
Just to add a sort of a psychological side to this, some sellers do not believe they'll ever see a penny of the deferred. They've kind of resigned themselves. They've whatever the initial is. And actually, if I was saying to someone who's selling their business, I would say, be happy with what you get on day one, because you might never see the rest.
That's exactly what I say. If somebody comes to me and they're selling the business, and we're talking about, if it's a big business where, let's say it's a couple of £1 million that they're selling for, and I've got a deal like this at the moment where actually 50% of the consideration is deferred. It's a £3 million deal. They're getting 1.5 up front and 1.5 in a year's time. And the first thing I've said to them is, if you never got that 1.5, would you still sell at that figure? Otherwise, we need to go back. And he said, I'm happy to exit at that. So acting for the seller on businesses that are established, and for you guys, once you've built your groups going forwards, when you're on the other side of the table and you're being asked to accept deferred consideration, the first thing your lawyer should be saying to you is, if you didn't get the rest of this, would you still sell at this figure? If the answer to that is yes, then fine, go ahead and do the deal. If the answer to that is no, then it's not the right deal for you. You need to go back to renegotiate with that buyer or look for a different buyer.
And some professional buyers are going to immediately look for a reason not to pay you the deferred. That's their strategy.
Well, I know that there are certain private equity houses that I know view deferred consideration and warranty claims, because they've got the finance and the time and the expertise to do it, as a way of chipping the price post-completion. So they know that they've agreed a price with you pre-completion that you're not going to move on. They defer a bit of it, and then post-completion they come back to you and they make life hell for you on the basis that you just think, I'm going to go away. And that's why this, get as much up front and be happy with what you get up front is a mantra that I use for sellers, really.
Yeah, so they say, okay, we're agreeing to buy this business off you for 10 million, you're getting 5 million on day one, and you think, okay, the 5 million is going to follow, but they'll say to their lawyers, make sure we don't pay the 5 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, find something that's wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, find something where they've been a little bit economical with the truth, tie them up, stress them out, put pressure on them, and then they'll go away.
Yeah, that's exactly the tactic.
Okay, and we've got the mic on that table, so we're going to...
Questions relevant to that point.
Okay, all right, so just pass the mic across, please. Thank you.
So I'd like to just have another way of looking at what you just said there. So if I'm buying property, I buy it under a purchase lease option agreement, okay? That means I control the property, I can do what I want with it according to the heads of terms, but I never actually own the property until I call the option.
Yeah.
Why then is it different in the commercial world? Why then can I not protect all those deferred payments by not actually releasing control, the ownership of the business until the final deferred payment? Surely that's the way this should work.
Well, you can negotiate that. So one way to do those deals is to say that you acquire the shares in tranches, so over a period of time. From a buyer's perspective, the difficulty with doing that, if it's a share purchase, is that it means that the seller retains a higher control over the business, because if, for example, you're only going to pay 20% up front and you're only going to acquire 20% of the shares, it means that the seller still owns 80% of that company. So they have controlling voting rights, for example. Now, you can have a shareholders agreement or amend the articles to change the voting rights and all these sorts of things. But the bottom line is that the seller remains fundamentally involved and interested in that business for a long period of time. Now, if you as a seller can negotiate that and the buyer's prepared to accept that, then all well and good. That tends to happen more where there's a management buyout. So we've done a few management buyout deals where the management acquire the shares over a period of time. They've been used to working with the seller. But for lots of arm's length deals, that scenario just doesn't work, because the buyer doesn't want the seller retaining an interest in the business or continuing involvement in the business.
I remember we were saying yesterday how we want to exit the seller and hopefully never ever see them ever again, because there isn't any good to come from them hanging around.
Well, it's interesting you say that. So I was having a discussion, a Zoom call yesterday, again with one of your guys, Jonathan. They're looking to buy a number of haulage businesses, and what they're finding is that lots of these haulage companies don't have any written contracts or long-term contracts with the companies they're doing business with. And that we're having a discussion about how you de-risk that situation, and it's difficult. And one way you can de-risk it is by keeping the sellers, unusually, in the business for a period of time, or certainly for a 6 to 12-month period, to facilitate a handover of those working relationships to the new owners.
Yeah.
So what you're saying, I believe, is that will work on a limited company, but there's no equivalent on an asset purchase.
No, with asset purchase, you wouldn't be able to do that, because the assets have to go. And then what you could do is the seller could take specific charges over those individual assets, but then you have to think through the practicalities of that. Are you seriously going to go back in and seize a piece of machinery, get it auctioned, and with all the costs and the hassle that involves?
Okay.
Yeah, just on a different note completely, if you buy a share purchase of a business and you're looking to do, I can't remember the name of it now, but like a voluntary insolvency, how does that affect other directorships, or can you get struck off? Or?
No, so a voluntary winding up, it depends whether it's solvent or insolvent. And even an insolvent winding up ordinarily wouldn't affect your personal credit rating or your standing as a director in other companies, provided you haven't been up to anything naughty. So if it's simply a case that a business has failed and it's through no devious default of the director, for want of a better expression, then even if it's an insolvent wind up, you're still, generally speaking, going to be okay. If you've committed fraudulent trading or wrongful trading, so wrongful trading is where you continue to run a business past a point where you know it has no prospect of saving itself and trading out of its losses. In those circumstances, there can be a personal impact for you as a director, because the DTI will look into it, will do a report on your conduct, and you can be disqualified from being a director. But those cases are really rare, really rare. If it's a voluntary wind up and it's a solvent voluntary winding up, there is no implication at all for that. No implication at all. It simply means that the business has paid all its debts. There's spare cash left in it. You want to close the business down, and then the cash comes up. So there's no downside, no adverse implication for a solvent winding up.
And if you do, as you were suggesting earlier, moving the assets into another business to get rid of debts, basically it doesn't have the same
well, what you can do, CC, if you buy a limited company with an SPV and you move all the assets out, but you leave all the debt, and your SPV doesn't pay full and proper value for those assets to the target company, but you leave all the debts and then wind the company up, that's a circumstance in which it is a wrongful trading scenario, because you've taken all the good stuff out, left all the dirt behind, and then you've tried to... And what will happen is, in those circumstances, the insolvency practitioner will say, well, I either want some cash from your SPV to come into here, or I want the assets transferred back because that was a transfer at undervalue.
And the way to absolutely belt and braces this is to get an asset valuer, maybe someone recommended by the insolvency practitioner, because they all work sort of closely together, to value the... very closely. It's all very cloak and dagger sometimes. To value the assets and write a report as to why the assets are at that value. So one of the first nursery company that I bought in 2019 had historic HMRC debt, little bit of trade credit, but it was really sort of, as it usually is, HMRC stuff. So I was able to buy it without the seller receiving anything, because we just inherited this company that was in a negative position. So that was in June 19. And then, of course, sort of less than a year later, with closures and everything, there's a very good... COVID, by the way, is a very good excuse for just about anything. Oh, it's COVID. Terrible customer service, COVID. You know, so we're going to do a liquidation on that company. So I got an asset valuer to value the assets, and he was a very, very pessimistic chap, always a bit down in the doldrums, and he looked at me, he said, well, you haven't got a chance, have you? He said, these nursery businesses aren't worth anything when they're all closed. I went, oh, you're right on that. And he wrote a nice lengthy report and said that it was just worth £12,500. And at that moment in time, then I couldn't disagree with that. So we bought the assets for £12,500, and I don't know what it is, 175,000 of HMRC debt, which I have a clean conscience about, because it was incurred by the previous owner. I know technically we inherit it because we buy the shares, so we'll just close that down, and it makes no difference. It's a legal process. Yeah. That is the whole point of a limited company. There's limited liability.
I mean, the other thing I say to you is that you shouldn't be afraid about talking to insolvency practitioners. As you say, it's a really small world. But you, as a company director, can go to an insolvency practitioner before you decide to put your business into liquidation, and have a discussion with him about how best to structure the liquidation, because at that point in time, he's not an official officer winding up the company. So he will tell you what to do to put yourself in the clear, so that when you appoint him as the liquidator of the company, you're not going to get yourself in trouble. So he'll give you a good idea as to what if you're going to do a pre-pack, for example, which is where you pop one business and start out the next day, which you've probably all heard that expression. That they're a little bit trickier to do nowadays. I'm not an expert on this area, but I know it's getting more difficult. But insolvency practitioners will help you as directors say, well, if I'm appointed, this is what I'll be looking out for, so this is what you need to make sure you don't do, and this is what you can do.
Yeah, I couldn't remember the name. Pre-pack was the thing, and I spoke to an insolvency guy, and he said be very careful. He said people are getting struck off with that right now, and it just put me in the back foot. So, and this is a guy that knew how to play the
Pre-packs have a really bad reputation. So, just for those of you who don't know what they are, it's where you as a company director have a limited company, you decide it's not working, so you place it into liquidation on one day, and the very next day, you, as the same director but through a different company, have bought all the business and assets and start trading as if the liquidation never happened. There was a real abuse of that system, and there's been a clamp down on it. There's also restrictions on what I call phoenixing the companies, so using the same trading name and all those sorts of things.
Yeah, I think it tightened up. Yeah, it's tightening up all the time because people abuse it, and when the system's being abused, then it tightened up. But if it is legitimate, your nose is clean, you're not doing anything naughty, you haven't sort of stripped all the money out of the company and then you decide to close it. I mean, things like that you just can't do. So the insolvency practitioner typically looks at the last 12 months, at least the last 12 months of transactions, to make sure that hasn't happened.
Well, I know this is all a bit doom and gloom talking about what happens if it fails, but one thing to really be careful of, and I've had some clients that have had experience of this, is in lots of smaller businesses, you take your remuneration by way of salary and dividend, okay? And quite often it's more tax efficient to take it by way of dividend. If a business is making a loss, you can't take dividends, or you shouldn't take dividends. And if you do, and the company goes into liquidation, first thing the insolvency practitioner will do is ask you to repay those dividends, because it's an unlawful dividend. So you have to pay those back personally. That doesn't happen with salary, strangely enough. So if you took your remuneration out as salary and PAYE and paid national insurance on it, you can't claim that back. If you took it out as dividend, you have to pay it all back.
Interesting tip. Right. And if you're buying businesses and where you have to do a share purchase, but ultimately the underlying business is good, but the company is stressed or distressed, and then you've got several of those, you might take a view at some point that you want to move everything into a clean company, so it doesn't sort of have the sort of dragging the past behind it, and it's completely legitimate. When I did that deal with Sovereign, I had to restructure. I think it was I had to put 7 companies through an administration to extract the value, which was then the business that I went and sold 7 months later, I think it was, or maybe less than that. 4. So I owned it for 11 months. I couldn't do the insolvencies for the first 6 because of an anti-embarrassment. I wasn't allowed to restructure. So yeah, so 5 months later, I sold it on, and you know, that type of restructuring was new to me. You know, I knew plenty of people who'd done that in acquisitions, but it had never crossed my path before. But I had a really good insolvency practitioner who was paid really good fees. Yeah. I had a really good insolvency lawyer. Very important to have those 2 people, so they kind of protect you, and you are paying them to do their job, and part of their job, is to work with you. Yeah,
and I guess coming back to why we're having this discussion is that if you do a share purchase, or you don't have any option but to do the share purchase, and you've got concerns about what could come out of the woodwork in the future, the time to get rid of that risky target is quite early on, while those issues haven't crystallised and why everything on the surface looks okay. And then what you do is you shift the business across to your SPV, and then you close the old target.
Thank you. But it doesn't affect your personal credit rating.
No, not at all.
You are a separate entity to the company.
Yeah, the guy I spoke to was concerned.
Can you use the mic for me, thanks?
Yeah, the guy I spoke to was concerned that I would be, I don't know what the way you put it, but basically it would affect other directorships, and they would try and strike me off as a director. He was quite concerned about that.
But you've got to have done something.
And that's what
wrong.
I said. That's what I said. This is debts in the business, and he said I'm just not comfortable with it. Okay.
And who said that? An insolvency practitioner?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm very surprised. I'm sure you've got IPs that you...
you need a friendlier IP, I think.
I did think he was being a bit overcautious, but I didn't know better. So.
Yeah. Yeah, great. Okay. I'm just doing a time check. I just wondered whether we should have a coffee break and come back and resume afterwards. Should we do that? Yeah? Great, John. Thank you very much so far. Much appreciated.
thinking about you, babe. Can't get you off my mind. I've been thinking about you. Get you on my mind, my mind. What can I do?
I do good for good's sake, with no thought of compensation. And I've evolved to the point where I don't care a thing about getting rewards. I'm not an atheist, but I behave as an atheist. I do good for good's sake, with no thought of compensation. And I've evolved to the point where I don't care a thing about getting rewards.
I think this song is appropriate, being that it's like a sauna in here right now. It's like a sauna in here right now, It's like a sauna in here right now. It's like a sauna in here right now.
All righty. Okay. Good. So this is the left mic. Okay. Fine. All right. I don't mind letting breaks run over a little bit, because if you're chatting and you're engaged and you're making good contacts, then it'd just be strange to sort of cut you off halfway through every conversation. So where did we get up to? The mic was on this table. Is it still with you? I asked for it, did I? Okay, right. Let's pass it back. I know that we're on this table. Then we'll move over there. Where did we get up to? There you go.
He answered me. He answered me.
Okay, sorry. So my question's really about leases, and the situation I'm in is that I'm buying a business very close to finishing buying it, but the lease has expired. I want to move to the the shop next door, which is owned by the same landlady. We thought we were buying that building as a completely separate deal. We heard last night that she's not interested in selling it. So really my question is, where am I right now? Because I've got a business that doesn't have a lease. I want to buy next door, but there would be a transition period where, as we fit out the next door. So I feel like I'm in the twilight zone.
Okay, so in terms of where you are with the old lease, is the old lease, is it a share purchase or an asset purchase?
It's an asset purchase.
Okay, so it's an asset purchase, and the lease was in the name of the seller, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so if that lease is expired, the legal position depends upon whether or not that lease was contracted out of the Landlord and Tenant Act 1954. Now, I know that sounds like sounds like a proper lawyer speak there. So to put it simply, if you have a commercial lease, the default position is when that lease comes to an end, subject to certain exceptions, you as a business have an automatic right to renew that lease. However, lots of leases are contracted out of that Landlord and Tenant Act, which means when the lease comes to an end, you don't have any security of tenure. So all you're doing is remaining on a month-by-month basis and paying essentially a kind of license fee. Mm-hmm. So the first point is this. You need to find out whether the lease was contracted in or out of that Act. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, 1954 you said?
1954.
Yep.
In any event, because you're doing an asset purchase, you have no right to rely on those security of tenure rights under that Act. Okay, so what I'm saying is at the moment you're actually quite exposed, because the seller has nothing to assign onto you because the lease has expired. Usually what happens in this scenario, and it's not uncommon to buy businesses where the lease has come to an end, and in some respects it can be a bonus, because if you're looking to buy a business and there's an existing lease, you have to, if you want that premises, you have to take it for better or for worse with the terms that are in that lease. Where the lease has come to an end, such as in this situation, you're in quite a good position to negotiate new lease terms, but you're going to need to do that directly with the landlord.
Okay.
And if I were you, I'd be looking to say, I'd like a license for a fixed term of 3 months or 6 months of the existing premises, and I'll carry on paying you probably the same rent as they're getting under the lease. But I would like you to grant me a lease of the new shop, the commencement date of which will be at the end of the license period for the old shop.
Or even a crossover.
Or you can have a crossover, or you can have a crossover period. But you'll need access to carry out your refit works. But you can then negotiate the terms of that lease. You can negotiate how long a lease you want for, when you want your break terms, when the rent will be reviewed. So in a way, it's not a bad position to be in, provided you've got a landlord who's keen to lease both those properties.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. And so if she's looking to sell the property, because it's one big building with 2 shops and 4 flats, does that put me at any disadvantage?
It doesn't. One thing you can do as part of your negotiations, I I don't know how realistic it is or not, but you could even say, look, I'll enter into a 5 or 10 year lease with you, but as part of that deal, I'd like first option to acquire the freehold if it ever comes up for sale.
Well, we thought we were going to be able to do that, but she didn't. She's just ceased negotiation because we wouldn't pay her asking price, which was way over.
But I think what John's saying is do it anyway.
Oh, okay.
So you have the first option in the future.
Yeah. So you're not fixing at what price she will sell or you will buy, but you have the first option to negotiate with her.
Okay. Thank you. And just one other question. So now that we're not buying that property, there's actually no reason why I couldn't shop around and see if there's a better shop.
You could.
What position would I be in then with having the existing clinic not under lease?
As I say, in many respects, you're in quite a good position because if you decide that's not the best location for you, you're only buying the assets. You're not taking on the lease. Mm-hmm. You could set up the clinic wherever you want to set it up.
Okay, so it's not a negative, basically.
No.
Okay, thank you.
And the longer the lease, the better it is for the landlord. Because commercial landlords, I'm sure there's a few in the room, would love to lease to Tesco's for the next 75 years. But if you can take like a 15, 20, 25 lease, you can get a rent-free period. And it should be your standard part of your lease discussions to say, we'd like to have the first year rent-free, because we find that typically when we buy a business, it takes us 12 months to get our feet under the table and to bring trading up. And of course, with COVID, it's been a difficult time. Is that something that you can agree to? And start at a year and maybe end up with 3 months or 6 months. If they say yes to a year, there's no harm in asking every single time.
I'd probably say, depending on location, that in the current climate, most landlords are expecting that they're going to have to give a 3 to 6 month rent-free period. And you say, well, look, I'm going to spend money on your property, I'm going to improve it, I want to do a refurb, but that means I'm not going to be opening for 3 months or 6 months, and that's why I need that period of time. But in return for that, I'm going to give you a decent lease commitment.
And if she sells the property, is there any way that the new landlord could put the rent up outside of the rent review period?
No, not outside the terms. If you've negotiated your lease and you've signed it and it's been executed, there's no way that the landlord can come back and increase your rent.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
You probably want break clauses.
Yeah.
So maybe every 5 years. But the break clauses that you want are tenant-only breaks. You don't want the landlord to be able to break the lease. Otherwise, you think you're signing a 15 years, and after 5 years, you're out. So you want tenant-only breaks. And if you are selling a location-specific business at some point in the future, those leases will be a very large part of your value.
Yeah.
And that it's just critical. I mean, that's really what you're selling. If they can't operate, when we see nursery schools that were on rolling leases or tenancy at wills, there's just no value in there at all. The business is worth nothing, which is a good negotiating point. So you tell them and explain to them why it's worth nothing, but at the same time you find out, of course, who the landlord is. You go to the landlord and say, well, considering buying this business, would you grant us a 25-year lease? The landlord says, yeah, we'd love to. We don't like this rolling nonsense. They could walk away at any moment. We'd love to do a nice long lease with you. So you can buy it on the basis of it has no value because it's a rolling lease, but immediately switch into a nice long lease that has future value for you when you sell.
And that's good value for the landlady as well, because then she's selling a property that's got tenants.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No, good questions. Thank you very much. Right, let's pass to this table here.
Thank you. John, I just want to follow up on the last thing you were saying here before we went for the break. You were touching on this with if it's a company with risk that you could then sell the assets to the SPV. But if you do that, don't you run into the same negatives as if you bought the assets first place? That is, you would have to QP people over, you would have to renew contracts and so on.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So you would only do that process if you had real concerns that the limited company that you'd bought going forwards in the future could have some skeletons that will come out the cupboard, usually from the revenue. So you wouldn't do that process unless you'd been forced into buying a limited company that you weren't quite comfortable with buying because you really wanted it. Because for exactly those reasons, you will have the TUPE issues. It's a little bit simpler because it's an intergroup transfer.
Yeah. Okay.
So what would happen is you might trade it for a few months get to know the customers and the clients, and then just say to them, and then you quietly do the transfer, and you would change the name of your SPV to the name of the target company and swap them across. So it's slightly easier to do to restructure within a group than it is to do on the first acquisition.
Okay, but it's just to be aware that if you do have the long contracts and so on, you will have to be aware of the same things as if you
still got the same issues. You still got the change of control potential issues and notifying customers that there's a new entity that they're paying.
Yeah, so the upside is just that you don't have anybody resisting it being an asset purchase because it's yourself.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, great, good one. But with the could we pass the mic across to this table? With TUPE, it's more straightforward than people think.
Yeah.
So we just do a letter saying that as of this date, your employment will be with this new company, and you will, but your terms and conditions remain the same.
Yeah. I think if you speak to an employment lawyer, that they will tell you that it's a hugely complex area of law, and it is. If you ask me as a corporate lawyer on a day-to-day basis, does TUPE present real issues? I don't think it does particularly. Where you need to be careful is that and this is one downside to an asset purchase, is that if you are planning to make redundancies pretty soon after you've acquired the assets, or you want to make material changes to the terms and conditions of employment to bring them in line with your existing employees, TUPE makes that difficult. Whereas if you have done a share purchase, there's been no change of employer, and it's just a normal renegotiation or redundancy process. So TUPE becomes an issue on asset purchases where you're planning to change the workforce or their terms and conditions after you've bought the business. Yeah.
I mean, all my problems are people problems. Every single one of them. All, the person who quits and then 3 months later decides it's unfair dismissal. Even though she's working somewhere else. It's just every single problem in my life comes from the people that I employ. Whether they sort of do things that create other problems or not turning up for work. I've got always this dozens and dozens of people off sick any particular day. People who their contract says that they will be asked to work at other locations apart from their primary location, and then they don't want to do it. I mean, but the thing is, that will never change. So you just got to suck it up and say, well, that's just part of having businesses. That's just part of life. There will be people problems. There isn't a solution to these. You can do all the well-being checks, and you can have the HR people who sit down and do one-to-ones, and that certainly contributes and certainly helps. But there will always be people issues. But that's just the price that you pay for a £50 million exit. So when you put it like that, you think, you know what, I can handle a few disgruntled staff. Grumpy lorry drivers, yeah. Who's got the mic?
Hi. So I'm looking at sort of construction businesses, and it tends to be, they fall sort of very loosely into two camps. Those that sort of trade on reputation, so sort of mainly sort of domestic or sort of dealing with sort of small scale sort of builders, what have you, or those that have got commercial relationships, be it with sort of housing associations or retailers. So have got sort of ongoing contracts. Would I be right in sort of in my own head sort of thinking okay, so the first lot, try and go for asset purchase. The second lot, just assume that because there are ongoing contracts, it's just going to be easier to go in for share purchase from the start?
It's really hard to generalise on that, really. I think that you're going to have to treat each deal as it comes and decide on if you think there's any risk in doing a share purchase, for example. As I say, the key things, the first thing you're going to be doing on your due diligence, decide which way you're going to go, is to look at the contracts they've got. So if it's small domestic refurbs, for example, there aren't going to be, I wouldn't expect there to be long-term contracts. It's just a goodwill. So with those types of businesses, then you may think an asset purchase is definitely going to be your preference. Particularly if you think there could be historic issues with work they've done, so latent defects and issues like that. With the bigger contractors, where they're dealing with housing associations, you will find that they will have, in my experience, long-term contracts. You'll find that there will be change of control provisions in those contracts. And when I say change of control, that can impact share purchases and asset purchases, because sometimes, so for example, local authority contracts will say, we are contracting with this particular limited company. If there is a change of the controlling shareholders in that company, so if somebody acquires 51% or more of the shares in this company, we have to be notified, because that may still give us a right to terminate. So change of control can impact share purchases as well as asset purchases. Not as commonly, but with big institutions, it still can have an impact. So where you are acquiring a business that's dealing with big institutions and you're on their contractual terms, the first thing you want to do is say, I want to see those 3, 4, 5 main contracts that you've got. And the first thing you're going to look for is a heading in the contract that says change of control.
Okay, thanks.
I wanted to ask about letting agents. As you mentioned, it's the same like contracts. So if you were to buy assets, you'll have to notify everybody, yeah? If you're buying, for example, several letting agents as companies, how do you then consolidate them all? Is there a need for that? Like
So
to sell it on?
Yeah, so when you do an asset purchase, and again, I don't want to get into legal technicalities of it, but you have to notify the people that you're going to be providing. So let's say it's a letting agent. So you will need to write to all the landlords, and you'll need to write to any of the tenants that you hold deposits for example, to tell them that there's now a new entity operating the business. Now, in most scenarios, they don't have a right to object to that assignment having taken place. So it's just a legal technicality where you're writing to say, we've now taken over the business. Sometimes people get us to do that, but more commonly, they just write to say, we've now bought the business, this is who you need to pay, and this is how you need to pay us. Sometimes when you do an asset purchase, you will find that the contracts contain a clause which says this contract cannot be assigned unless both parties agree to it. So that's another thing that you need to, it's just part of your due diligence process and what we do for you. We need to look at those contracts to make sure that clause isn't in there, because if you write to a client and say, your contract's now been transferred to us, this is who you need to pay, if there is a non-assignment clause in there, they can write back and say, well, get lost. We don't have to pay you. We don't have a contract with you. And our contract can't be assigned to you unless we agree to it. So all these little nuances are the things that when you're doing asset purchases, and sometimes in the context of share purchases, you need to look out for these small things, because at the end of the day, you are buying businesses with trading relationships, and you want to be able to control those relationships and maintain them. And if you're giving the clients the opportunity to negotiate their way out of it or to seek to renegotiate the terms, that's a whole different ballgame, and you may not have paid what you agreed to pay for the business, knowing that those clauses were in the contracts. I'd say, in terms of the due diligence process, the accountancy side of it is absolutely crucial. And from a legal due diligence perspective, the things are the contractual relationships and the employees. Everything else beyond that, and the property leases, everything beyond that can be managed. But fundamentally, those are the 3 areas that you're going to be focusing on.
you can always build an earn-out structure that means that if contracts don't transfer, if people sort of use this as an opportunity to get out of their contract and therefore income profitability drops, then the next payment that they receive is reduced accordingly.
That's a really good point. So coming back to the letting agency scenario, we've done a couple of those this year, and we've built in the clause which has a run rate. So at the end of the year, we look to see how many of the clients we have retained. And we've got a tolerance level. And outside, if we've lost a few, that's fine. If it goes outside a kind of 10% loss rate from the business that we've bought, then there is an adjustment to the purchase price, the deferred consideration. So that's actually a really good point.
So you might end up with a smaller business, but you paid less for it.
Thank you. Hi, John. If you make an asset purchase of a company and they've got a very good reputation and they've got very good clients and people like dealing with them, is there any way that you can somehow retain the name of the company that they're used to dealing with?
Yeah. Well, almost invariably, unless you're buying into a group and you want to put your group stamp onto that business, more often than not, part of the assets you will buy will be the intellectual property rights, and that would include the website, the domain names, and the name of the business. So, just to give a really simple example, I did an acquisition a couple of years ago for one of the big local independent estate agencies. They bought one in Teddington. And we bought the rights to the name because it was important in that context in the area. And they've traded it for a year under that name, and then gradually they've introduced their main group name in, and now they've swapped over. So they've got their trading name of the group now as the main branding, but underneath it says incorporating XYZ. So it's always a good idea to acquire the business name, and to require in the contract that once you've done the deal, the seller has to change the name of the limited company that has sold you the assets. That then enables you to incorporate an off-the-shelf company with that limited company's name, so nobody else can take it. Yeah, and you can do a name swap.
That's a good point. Really good point. Yeah. What else? I can assure you there are many more things that we could talk about when it comes to. Shall we? Okay, let's move the mic over to this. I'll be the intermediary there. There you go.
Thanks. So maybe just comment, John, in terms of the process, and from a buyer's perspective, what we talked about yesterday was speed is important. We want to kind of be able to be in a position to do things quickly. What would you sort of comment on, maybe good or bad, in terms of, as buyers, we should be aware of in terms of, right, this is the best way of actually streamlining the process of the deal, because that's what we all want.
Okay, so in terms of streamlining it, I think, and also in terms of saving you cost, actually, the more due diligence you can do in the early stage of the process, the better. Because what you don't want is to have instructed your lawyers to draft the deal on a particular basis. And once we're instructed, we can get the share purchase agreement or asset purchase agreement drafted pretty swiftly. We can draft all the ancillary documents, which are your board minutes and resignations and appointments. All of that we can do within certain parameters. What is difficult to legislate for is where late in the process or late in the due diligence process something comes out. So to streamline the process, the more due diligence that you can have done in relation to the business, if it's possible. So get your head signed and sign the NDA, the non-disclosure agreement. Do your due diligence, and as I say, the starting point should really be getting your accountant in there as the first part, because if the financials don't stack up, nothing else is going to stack up. Everything else we can deal with, the employment side, the property side, the legal negotiations, but if the figures don't stack up, you don't really want to be spending too much money with us transacting the deal. So to streamline it, I would say sign an NDA early on, get the heads agreed early on, and then as part of signing those heads, say, we want to come in for 2 or 3 days or whatever. We want open books. We want our accountant to come in. Once you've done that process, you then say, right, you push the button with us. That part of the process can then go through as quickly as you need us to do it, subject to the property side. And I think that, so, you know, I've got clients at the moment who are doing deals with big end deals, and the button doesn't get pushed with the lawyers until the due diligence process is almost finished.
Yeah, good question. Yeah, let's go over here. And then I thought maybe we could talk a little bit about selling the business. I'm not sure whose hand was raised yet. You just pass that behind you to Gavin. Thanks.
Hi, John. Quick one. Got a scenario at the moment where the seller owns the property that the business we're buying is in. It's mortgage free. The client's got lots of assets, but when he was purchasing other properties across the region, Barclays Bank put a debenture over this particular property that the business is running from. Obviously, we would never buy a business while the debenture was over that property. It's just bad practice. I think you'll agree.
Yeah.
But I'm not a very patient person. And the way we've got round it is by putting indemnity. And the lawyer wanted to do, you know, I don't think he was that very happy, but we've done this. Because he has got assets, the guy, you know. We don't think there's any risk or minimum risk. As soon as he gets the completion monies, that will go towards paying off this loan that's over the property. And then we can get rid of the debenture. Do you think I've made the right decision? And how would you go about it? If it was
so essentially what's happened is, so Barclays have got a debenture over all of his properties. Is that right?
They just wanted it. They just picked this particular property because it's mortgage free. So he's borrowed money, obviously, to buy other properties, buy-to-lets, whatever, outside the group, personally. So they've just put a floating debenture.
Okay, so
on some of his assets.
Is that going to stay in place
No.
post completion?
Soon as it's a paper exercise, and as soon as he draws down the completion money, that will go and pay that.
Okay,
loan
and
off.
so I get the process. So what you're saying is, when we complete, the debenture will still be on the property.
Correct.
Is the property one of the assets you're acquiring?
No, we're not. We're just leasing.
Okay.
Yep.
So, but the debenture's over the freehold.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So, if you're taking just a lease of the property, and the debenture's only over the freehold, why is that a concern? Why is that your concern? Because presumably the bank have to give their consent to the lease over the freehold being granted.
Right, okay.
It's no different to there being a mortgage on the property, and
just because you own a freehold of a building that's got a charge in it doesn't stop you leasing it out to somebody. But generally speaking, you'll need the bank's consent to grant that lease. So I'm not quite sure in that scenario why you need to give an indemnity for anything relating to Barclays.
Okay, I'll ask the question.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the consent to lease, add another 4 weeks for that.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is the whole property process.
I just don't want the completion date just to drag it on
letter.
again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That's simple.
Yeah, as John says, it's no different to there being a mortgage on the property and therefore the bank having a charge over the property and it being leased to you. It's no different at all.
Okay.
So it's a non-issue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could you pass the mic over to the table next to you, please? And then we'll bring it round to the front.
I'm not sure whether this is an easy answer or not, but one of the things we do in property with a purchase lease option is always get a power of attorney, just in case during the 4 years deferred payment system the owner actually passes away. Who are you then dealing with? And I know there's some complications about powers of attorney, that they supposedly die with the donor and that sort of thing, but actually we know that they can continue beyond the death of a donor. So I've not heard that mentioned today in terms of buying a business. Is it relevant? And if it's not relevant, then what happens if the owner actually passes away? Who do you then deal with?
So if we're talking about an option to buy premises in the context of a deal overall, it can be. So for example, we did a deal a couple of months ago for a guy who bought a care home, and he wanted to buy the freehold. The seller owned the freehold and didn't want to sell it at this stage, so wanted to grant us a 20-year lease, which my guy was fine with. But he said if it ever comes up for sale, I want first option to buy the freehold. I'd much prefer to have the freehold. So it commonly arises. It's commonly done. The option agreement is going to be binding on the seller, but it's also, the way it's drafted is it means it's binding on his estate and his successors in title. So if a seller dies and they leave that property under the will to their kids, for example, that option agreement is binding on that on the estates. It's binding on the children, or if the children sell it, it's binding on that purchaser.
So I was trying to make a relationship to the property. So in our case, the podiatrist that we're buying, the owner of the podiatry business we're buying, is approaching 80. We've got several years of deferred payments. But if something happens to him, we've not signed a power of attorney.
But why are you concerned about that?
Well,
so if you've got deferred payments and unfortunately that person passes,
do we just stop paying? No. Or do we? But there's.
Well, no.
But I don't pay his estate.
I mean, it could be argued that there is a debt owed to the estate, I would imagine.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what happens. So,
yeah.
So that's still, so the liability to pay the estate continues, but the flip side of it is that the obligation on your seller to honour the option should you ever exercise it or the property come up for sale, remains binding on his estate and their successors in title. And what happens is when presumably when you're entering into these option agreements, you'll put in a restriction or a note on the land registry to say that it exists. So anybody who ever comes to buy that property will know that actually your option agreement is in place and you have to have first option to acquire it on the terms that you've agreed.
Okay, so not relevant in business. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That clears that up.
On a sort of slightly related to that, if you're doing an asset purchase, your contract is with the company that you're buying the assets from. If the shareholders of that company subsequently close the company, then there isn't an entity to pay.
Sorry, yeah.
Now the administrator or liquidator of that company might well discover that the assets were sold 18 months ago and that there's still some outstanding money, and they'll want to collect that money in. But then I suppose that's where you engage your lawyer to kick up a fuss and point out all the defects in the assets and why you're not going to pay. They'll want to close the administration in a 12-month period. So if you can drag it out for as long as possible. I've got a guy at the moment that is actually, to be fair, our deferred arrangement with him is not great. We only put £5,000. I think it was a £280,000 purchase. We only put £5,000 down. But to kind of sweeten the deal, we'd paid the next £36,000, £3,000 a month. But I know, because we've received post from HMRC to the operating premises, that he's got a few little issues. And we are kind of waiting for him to kill off that company. The moment he kills off that company, I'm not making the next £3,000 payment unless I absolutely am forced to by the insolvency practitioner. So, you know, often the sellers say, if I do the asset purchase, what do I do with the company? I say, oh, you just close it. You know, get some advice, but close it. Not really. You would never say that. Never say that. Never say that. Yes, sorry. The microphone needs to move up to this front table. Yes, hi.
Hi. I'm not sure whether this is a legal question as such, so it might be to both of you. Let me read it. I'm a bit confused about how the timing works if you want to use refinancing of the assets of a business as the consideration, and I don't know whether it's different in share purchase or asset purchase. I guess if you're deferring payments, then that solves the problem because you've then got time to refinance the assets once you've bought them. But what if you wanted to use it as initial consideration?
So if you how to do a leveraged buyout?
Yeah. So essentially, what you're going to be doing with those is that you'll find on completion, we quite often will be liaising with your financiers as part of the process. They will ask you to sign all of the refinancing paperwork. They'll ask you to sign the PGs, which they'll almost invariably want from you. And then on completion, what will happen is so on completion, if there's any funds being released by them, we'll receive those and pay those across as part of the consideration. We'll also be required to register their interest over the assets of the business, so we will register a debenture on their behalf at Companies House. So that is all part of the legal process of the acquisition. If you are using the assets to finance the initial upfront acquisition, if it's done post completion, we really don't get involved in that. That's a process which you as the buyer deal with directly.
So you can deal with the financing companies before you own the business?
Yeah, absolutely, because they're expecting that on completion, their interest is going to be secured and registered, and they'll send the funds to us, and then we will have to give them undertakings that following completion. First of all, we've got all the signed, executed documents that you need to sign for them, and then on completion, we'll release the funds to the seller's lawyer, and at the same time, we'll register their interest where we need to register it.
It's no different to I can get a mortgage offer on your house without you even knowing, right? I don't need your permission to get a mortgage offer. But that's how I can buy your property by getting finance against a property that I don't yet own, but the finance falls into place, pays off the old finance. Yeah. So it's exactly the same process. We've got a really good asset-based lender. It's a company called Growth Lending, which is part of Boost. And Growth Lending is, do you know Lauren Couch? No. You should do. Over in Bristol. And if you contact Growth Lending, they do asset finance, invoice discounting, and they are very open to the whole business acquisition process. Lauren and Lance at Boost are sort of bought in, if you like, to this process and are there to help you achieve it, not like some lenders who tell you all the reasons why you can't do it that way, which is always helpful, isn't it? If you've got people who kind of get it, like John does, and some of you will encounter legal advice which says, oh, you can't do it that way, because they don't know how you can do it. It's just not their sort of frame of reference. Yes, grab the mic, please.
In which case, how can we teach them that it can be done?
Well, you don't want to go around teaching finance brokers and lenders how to do it. You just go to the ones who already get it. Yeah, leave that bit to.
What if John and his team are too busy? How can we find somebody else?
I think that's an absolute impossibility. There will always be capacity.
We can always find time.
But it's a large firm, isn't it?
Yeah. So in London there are 6 of us. In Manchester there's 20 corporate lawyers in Manchester. I mean, we for all the deals that I do for Jonathan's people, we keep in London. We want to build a relationship and we deal with them there. So put it this way, we've not turned down a deal yet.
And it doesn't damage speed either.
Hi, John. Could I just ask a little bit about, because we were almost touching on it, how do we engage with you? How does that work broadly? What sort of speed? And is it different for a single big company, or if you're trying to do a buy and build of a number of perhaps smaller companies? How do those things work? And in terms of budgeting broadly?
Yeah,
what are the fees roughly?
Yeah, so in terms of engaging with us, you can contact us through the website. It's got all of our mobile phones on there which come through directly to us, so I've only got one number, and it's me that you speak to. So in the first instance, I tend to take all the calls, because I then decide, at what level you need involvement from me, what level you need involvement from Matthew, who's here, who works closely with me. So in the first instance, email, telephone, whichever medium you like. We'll happily have a chat with you about any prospective deals you've got on the go. As I say, we're happy to look at your heads of terms. And then in terms of going forwards in time frame, so far as we're able to, and so far as your timetables are realistic, you tell us when you want to complete the deal, and that's the timetable that we will try to work to. And what I can say is that timetable will only drift if, for example, there are property elements or third parties involved that we've got no control over. We've got a couple of deals at the moment where the lawyers on the other side are really quite slow in coming back to us, and we can keep pushing them. But part of the process would involve you as the buyer saying to your seller, look, you need to get on the phone to your lawyer and give them a rollicking. It's been 2 weeks since they've come back to you. In terms of pricing deals, there's an interesting conversation about this, because there is a perception that legal fees are pegged to what the purchase price is. And to a degree, they have to be. So if you come to me with a deal, you're buying a business of 30,000, if I give you a quote for 10, 15,000 for the legals for doing that, you're going to be thinking, well, that's half of what I'm paying for the business. So in scenarios where you're doing the small deals, to keep your costs proportionate, what we try and do is divide up the labour. We'll say to you, look, if you want your legal bill coming in at £5,000, £6,000, £7,000, which typically is the sort of minimum level that you're going to get on any deal if you want any value from us at all, it's going to involve you doing a lot of the due diligence work. So what we will do for that sort of fee is we'll look at your heads, we'll set up your data room, we'll set up a data room for you, and what that is a virtual room where we upload all of the seller's documents. So what will happen is this: once you've engaged us, we agree heads of terms, the first thing we will do is send out what's called an information request. So it's questions that we ask the seller about your business. We expect written responses to those. Those responses get uploaded into the data room, and all the documents that are relevant to those questions and responses get uploaded. You then have access to those documents. You can look at them, and then you have a number of options. You can say to us, we don't want you to look at any of those documents. All we want you to do is transact the deal. Our accountant's done the financials. We've read the contracts, and we understand, and we know this industry. We don't need you to waste time looking at documents. Just get the deal done for us. So that's the bare minimum we can do. The halfway house is you go into the data room. Most of the documents you're comfortable with, but you say to us that there are 3 or 4 documents or areas of the documents in the data room that we want you to look at and report on to us. So that's a kind of halfway due diligence process. Or you can ask us to do a full-blown due diligence process where we go in, we look at every document, and we report on all those documents to you. So on a small deal, you can start with your fees. As I say, I think 5 to 6 is the bare minimum. If you on that small deal, if you end up doing a full-blown due diligence exercise, you may find those fees go up to 10 to 12. It very much depends on how much documentation gets uploaded. So you could buy a £2 million business that generates all of its revenue from maybe 2 or 3 clients. So the documents that go into and if it's an online IT business, it might have no employees. It might be 2 owners who have licensed out all their software. So what you're looking at is 3 main clients, no employees, and very little due diligence. The fee that we will charge that work, however, will relate to the fact that the risk of that deal is £2 million. But the actual legal due diligence process may be far simpler than the £30,000 deal, which might be a cleaning company with 100 clients, where you've got to check each contract to see whether or not there's a change of control provision in there.
What I would say on fees is that if you look for the cheapest, you will get what you pay for. I made this mistake about 9 years ago where I needed a shareholders agreement, and my corporate lawyer at the time quoted me in the region of £10,000, which actually is quite hefty.
What I'm going to say is that's really hefty.
For a shareholders agreement. But then I got a referral to someone else who quoted me £1,000. Now, which is too cheap. Now, because he was only being paid £1,000, he didn't want to put much effort into it because, after a few phone calls, a few emails, and a meeting, he probably thought, well, there's not going to be much in it left for me after I've sort of, put all this time in, and probably started working out the hourly rate and thought, well, I'm being underpaid for this, and therefore the email replies got shorter and the gaps in the communication got longer because he just basically, in his head, you've got your £1,000 of value. We haven't got to the end of the job, but you've got your £1,000 of value. Didn't think to ask me for a top-up or anything, and I ended up with a shareholders agreement that when it came to the dispute, which in many cases one day is inevitable, there wasn't any deadlock. We were 50-50. There wasn't any deadlock provision. There wasn't any sort of arbitration clause. There wasn't anything that solved the problem. And I've got to say that was probably the worst period of my business life, because the contract that I needed to come to a clean resolution did not exist. Therefore, it turned into a fight. And you do not want that when you're running a business, and it damaged the business. It was dreadful. And it's because, and I can track it all back, and I'm very happy to take personal responsibility for the decision, I skimped on the legals.
Okay, so, I mean, I guess that's right. I mean, there's a fair price for a job. £1,000 way too cheap, 10's too much.
Yeah.
The key to it is get a lawyer who does M&A work. It's so obvious when we're dealing with lawyers on the other side that aren't familiar with this work. They might be the family lawyer, and they've been great for doing your conveyancing. They've been great for doing, your wills and probate. But M&A work it's specialised. But what it also is we all know what the parameters are, and it speeds the deal up when you've got a good M&A lawyer on the other side. We all know what points to argue strongly. We all know what points to give on, and it just smooths the deal through. Just on the point of shareholders agreement, this might be going a little bit off track. So we've been talking about you doing your acquisitions. In terms of setting up your own structures, there are two crucial things to think about. First of all, your articles of association, which are the rules that govern your company. And secondly, a shareholders agreement. And the one piece of advice I'll give to you is you need to get those right early. So if you're doing this on your own, then it's not such a concern. But if you're doing these deals in partnership with other people, so you've got more than one shareholder in the company, you're also thinking about how you're going to structure your group structure with maybe family members having some shares. You need to get these things right at the outset, because if you try to make changes, once you've set your structure up and you've built some value in that business, it's really difficult to do it without having some nasty tax adverse consequences. So when you're setting out on this journey, it's really worthwhile spending some time with your accountants, saying, should my wife have some shares in our holding company? Should our kids have some shares so we can spread the dividend out a little bit, spread the profit out, make it more tax efficient? If you try to do that after you've built value in that group, you're going to have tax to pay. Whereas if you set it up at the outset, before the group has any value, before your business have any value, it's far simpler to do it. So what you will think about doing is having bespoke articles with different classes of share, maybe A, B, C, D shares. What that enables you to do is to declare different dividends on those different classes of shares. Whereas if you only have one class of share and everybody's got the same share, every time you declare a dividend, you've got to declare a dividend on each one of those shares. So it enables you to be flexible about where you put your dividend. In terms, the other thing is that if the shareholders are not going to be family members, but it might be, so you do an acquisition and you want the seller or some of his management team to have some shares either in your holding company, which will be rare, or in your SPV. Again, that needs to be done and set up before you complete the deal, before there's any value. But you would also then want to think about provisions to go into the articles of your SPV, such as good leaver, bad leaver provisions. So if you give the MD of the target that you're acquiring some shares in the business, you want the ability to get those shares back from him if he decides that he's going to leave. You need to set out how those shares are going to be valued and what the valuation mechanism is. So if it's a bad leaver, he might just get nothing or par value for him. If it's a good leaver, he will get fair value. And you want to set out how that fair value is determined. And these are all things that you do in the articles, and you do that before you complete your acquisition. In terms of shareholders agreement, the difference between a shareholders agreement and the articles is the articles are publicly registered documents. They get filed at Companies House so anybody can read them. So there may be certain arrangements that you want to put outside of the public realm. So you put those into a shareholders agreement, and typically a shareholders agreement will set out restraint of trade clauses. So if you've got an employee that you give shares to, in their employment contract, if they leave, you can generally speaking only restrain them from competing for 6 to 12 months maximum. After that, they go out and do what they want. If they get some shares and you have a shareholders agreement, you can restrain them from 2, 3, 4, 5 years sometimes. So it's a much longer restraint period you can build into the shareholders agreement. The other things that you typically put into a shareholder agreement are some minority protection rights. So if you want an MD of a business you're acquiring to feel that he still has some value and control over the business, you protect his shareholding to make sure that you can't dilute him. All these sorts of things that make him feel better about it, but in reality, you still retain control of the business. The shareholders agreement will also deal with what happens if you fall out as shareholders. So does one have the right to buy the other one out? If you can't reach an agreement and you're 50-50 shareholders, what happens? Do you wind the business up, sell the assets? All these things that you need to deal with up front, because if you don't have these agreements, as Jonathan says, after the deal's done, if things go awry, it's a nightmare. I used to do some litigation. I did some work for a guy a few years ago, and had he had a shareholders agreement which set out the usual provisions, he would have been absolutely fine. He didn't, and he ended up spending close to 200 grand litigating a case that should never have needed to go to court.
And I think there should be shareholders agreements with members of your family as well.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, if a relationship ends,
yeah.
Well, what happens next?
That could be a bad lever provision, couldn't it? I suppose.
Yeah. I was glad to see in that one we looked at most recently that my death is a good lever provision.
Yeah.
I'm allowed to die. No consequences if I die. Thank goodness for that. Right. Let's. Where's our microphone? Yeah. Okay. If you just pass it behind you first, please.
Hi, John. First of all, just thank you to you and your team. So when I did my first purchase, it's Matt Redman, by the way. Who's that? Just they made the transition because it was again something new to me, and I remember speaking to you and the team, and it just made it so easy. So just wanted to thank. I deal mostly with Laura, I think, Laura Harrop. So. Wanted to say that for anyone that hasn't used your services yet, highly recommended.
That's very kind of you. Thanks,
No,
man.
I think it's important. So, I
bought the cash, by the way.
Yeah, no, good. I was expecting my discount, which leads me on to the next question. No, no, I don't know if you remember. I had to pull out of a deal. It was the ladies' only gym in Gateshead, and it was a question of where the other lawyer was, really hard work and. A lot of other stuff that came with it. So when I pulled out, what would you recommend? Because obviously, rightly so, I got paid my fees to you guys because you did all that work, and that's where some of the problems came up. But in hindsight, I wish I'd had some type of clause where those fees would have gone back to the seller, if that makes sense.
Well, I think again, this comes back to your heads of terms. Okay, so. You can sometimes put a provision in. Well, most heads of terms will say that you're granted a period of exclusivity as the buyer to look at the deal and actually complete it. And if those terms are breached, then your fees have to be paid. So if suddenly the seller goes off, finds another buyer and says, "I'm not going ahead with you guys" within the exclusivity period, then you can get your fees paid. That's really common. It's less common for a seller to agree just to pay fees generally. I'd probably say in the last 5 years I've seen that two or three times. Where that tends to happen is you put a clause in which says, you've told us X, Y, Z, you've told us these figures. If they are out by a certain amount, then we are going to want you to pay a proportion of our fees. So you can do it, but actually getting sellers to agree to it on most day-to-day deals is really difficult. Partly because if I'm acting for a seller, I'll be saying there's no way in a month of Sundays you should be agreeing to that. I'll be saying there's lots of other buyers out there who won't want that provision.
It's a way for serious buyers to weed out the sellers who aren't particularly confident about their numbers or might be leading them up the garden path. Yeah. They're saying, look, there's a cost underwrite here. If we discover something in diligence that is vastly different to what you've told us already, and we therefore cannot proceed, then we'll be passing our fees to you. And then that sort of really tests the mettle of the seller and their confidence in what they've told you so far. Yeah. Gavin. Eleanor, but you've got to wait for the mic, Eleanor, so let's just move it round here first.
John, can you explain what a shotgun agreement is, please, to the group?
What a shotgun agreement is? I'm not sure if I know what a shotgun agreement is.
Really? I've caught you out then, haven't I?
God, tell me what a shotgun agement is. Well, we might call it something different.
It's there's probably another name for it, but it's generally used in America, really, where you're in a partnership, you've got a shareholders agreement, but there's what they call a shotgun agreement where they can turn around at any time and ask and put a value on that business if they want to get out, and that partner or the other shareholder has got to
match it or beat it.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, we don't call it a shotgun agreement over here. So there's all sorts of mechanisms for getting out of shareholders. I actually don't like those provisions. Okay. And the reason for that is that it's a kind of there's a sealed bid process you can do as well, where you can basically say, on this particular date, we're both going to make a bid, a blind bid for the other person's shares, and the highest one wins. Yeah. My preference is to have a real nuclear option, is to basically say, if you don't reach an agreement, the business goes, because there's no bigger incentive to sort out a dispute than to say, if we can't agree, we know where it's going. It's going to get sold on the open market. So I think so. Shotgun provisions like that, all I think they do is open a door for further litigation and dispute.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe a reason why it's not common here.
And before that, we chatted about the debenture over the property. What I failed to mention, because I'm a bit cloudy with the old wine from last night, is it is over the company, but it shouldn't be. Barclays put it over the company, and it shouldn't be but that's what they did, and he let it happen.
So that'll explain the position. Yeah. So ideally, what should happen in your deal? Taking an indemnity is fine, or giving an indemnity is fine, but what should happen is, on completion, you're paying the money across. The seller solicitor should be given an undertaking to pay sufficient monies to Barclays to release the debenture over the business and assets. So if you haven't already done the deal, you should be seeing because what you don't want to do is for the lawyer to send all the cash to his client, because his client may be saying to you, I'm going to send it on to Barclays. Whereas if you have an undertaking from the seller's lawyer saying, on completion, I'll get the funds, I'll send 200 to Barclays to clear their debenture, and the balance is going to the seller. That's what should happen.
Yeah, we've put that in the SPA, that they've got to do that.
Right.
Yeah, so we've covered ourselves.
But that's fine, but on completion, make sure there is a written undertaking from the lawyer, from the seller's lawyer to your lawyer, saying he is going to do that.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify to the previous question. You mentioned that you can during negotiation or discussing heads of terms, kind of throw in that, well, if you are not disclosing everything, you can then assign some fees to the seller. So is it just like a negotiation technique, or is it indeed going to be put in the heads of terms and said that, the seller is going to pay something towards the fees if they didn't disclose anything?
No, it is just a negotiation process, because at the end of the day, if the seller won't agree to it, they won't sign the heads of terms. Now, heads of terms always say they're not binding except for X, Y, Z, and one of the provisions will be breach of the exclusivity agreement.
Yeah, good point. Great. Is there going to be a final question? It's got to be. If it's going to be a final question, it's got to be a good one, Jason. Is it a good question? We're going to end on a high note.
Just want to be really clear, just very simply, what agreements are made during the
Just hold the mic a little closer so we can.
Is it just a sales purchase agreement? Is that it? Is that what you do for us? And is there another one on the other side, or what documents?
No. So the documentation for a typical transaction. So for a share purchase, there'll be heads of terms, share purchase agreement, board minutes for the buyer. There will be resignation of directors and secretary, appointments of directors and secretaries. There will be PSC, so persons of significant control documentation. So at Companies House now, it has to be disclosed who controls a company through the shares, even if they're held in trust. So the idea is just to have complete transparency on who owns and controls companies. So you need a document saying, from the seller saying we are no longer the controlling shareholder. You need a document from the buyer saying we are now the controlling shareholder. Those are essentially the ancillary documents. So heads of terms, SPA, board minutes, resignations, appointments. You might want to change the accounting reference date. That needs to be done at Companies House. You might want to change the registered office. In fact, you almost invariably will want to change the registered office. So again, we do all of that documentation for you. It ends up being close to sort of 15, 20 documents that need to be drafted, but the key one is the share purchase agreement. Asset purchases, the actual documentation is simpler because you've got your asset purchase agreement. You might have some board minutes, but apart from that, you don't have to do all the Companies House filing and registration. So that side of the legals for asset purchases is a lot cheaper. But what you do have, which brings the cost back up, are the assignments of leases and property elements.
And all those ancillary documents are a pain to do yourself. Oh, you just do not want to be doing those.
I mean, we hate doing them as well, but the worst thing is that they are so important, because the amount of times you look on companies. So when you're buying a business, you go on Companies House and you see that people who say they're the directors and the shareholders haven't been registered, and it's an absolute nightmare trying to undo all that and rectify it, because it involves penalties with Companies House and all those sorts of things.
Now, you are now the final question. So the pressure has transferred.
The pressure is on. Yeah, hi, John. Actually, this just bring me back with some more thinking. I'm just wondering, one of the gentlemen mentioned the option agreement in property. I just wondering, are we able to use the similar like option agreement to purchase company? Like the option agreement to purchase 100% of the share.
Yeah. You can have an option agreement for anything. So yeah, if you can do a deal. So some deals you do, where particularly in management buyout scenarios, the management buy 20%, 30%, 40%, and then they have an option agreement to acquire the balance from the owner within a certain period of time. And you can have different types of options. So you can just have a call option, where you've bought some shares and then you can force the seller to sell you his shares at a fixed price, or a price to be agreed with it, provided you exercise the option within a certain period of time. Or you can have a put option, which is where the business owner can say, right, you're buying 20% off me now, you have to buy the other 80% off me within the next 5 years, and I can exercise that put option within that period of time. Or you can have a put and call option, which is where as the employees buy 20%, they then have 3 years to buy the rest. And if they don't exercise their option in that 3-year period, the seller can then force them to buy, so exercise his put option. There's all sorts of options you can have and all sorts of way of setting out how the shares are valued at the point in time the options are exercised. I've done some really high value ones. So we did a 30 million sale MBO of a logistics company a couple of years ago, and that's all been done on. The management team bought 51% up front because they wanted control, and there's a put and call option at a fixed price that can be exercised over the next 3 and 5 years. So it was a really interesting deal.
Yeah. The next question is, two questions. Yeah, I think it's quite relevant. I'm buying some kind of control majority share in one of the deal currently. So would you suggest I will be on the directorship registered with the company, or PSC should be fine?
Sorry, Tom, could you say that again?
Should I be registered on the company house as one of the director? Or do you think it's not necessary because the owner is stay on, and so, but I'm taking majority of the share.
Well, the important thing is it depends upon what role you're going to play. If you are just an investor, and you're just acquiring the business, but you don't want to attend board meetings and be involved in the day-to-day running of it, then you just buy the shares. But if you want to get management information, so shareholders have the only enticement shareholders have is to receive the annual accounts and attend an AGM of the company to discuss the accounts. They have no right to see day-to-day management accounts or be involved in the management or running of the business. So if you want access to the management information, you either have to build those provisions into a shareholders agreement to say, although I'm only a shareholder, I still have the right to access to this information, or you have to be registered as a director, and in which case you take all the duties and responsibilities that a director has.
So yes, this is just following because once the deal complete, we will have the majority of the share, and the previous owners stay on, have a very little minority share.
Yeah.
So would you suggest that they resign as director?
Well, if you leave them as directors, would you want to have a chat about this afterwards? It's probably a little bit specific.
You're one of John's clients already, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, we've already had one deal nearly done, but there's another.
You've got all the time in the world.
Yeah, have a chat with me after about that.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll leave that for lunchtime.
Brilliant. Okay, great, guys. It's lunchtime. John Andrews, thank you very much. If you want to grab a business card, I guess you got some?
I've got a few.
Yeah, okay. If you want to grab a business card, get one off John during lunch. Thanks very much, everyone. Thank you. Very good.
so in love with you. I don't sometimes know what to do. So in love with you. Sometimes know what to do. So in love with you.
Never gonna be untrue. Better give it all to you. you. I got you, baby, if you want me to. Baby, if you want me to. I got you. I got you. Never gonna be untrue. Gotta give it all to you. I got you. I got you. Baby, if you want me to. Baby, if you want me to. I got you. I got you. Never gonna be untrue. Gotta give it all to you. I got you. I got you. Just like this. I got you. 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 Just like this. Baby, if you want me to. Baby, if you want me to. I've got you. I've got you. Never gonna be untrue. Gotta give it all to you. I've got you. I've got you. I got you.
That's the cue. Okay, if you could retake your seats, please. Thank you very much. Alrighty, so let's crack on. That was a good morning, wasn't it? Yeah, lots of meaty stuff in there. So if you'd like to join me for Mastermind 2022, which starts at the end of this month, it's the last Friday of this month, 28th, Friday the 28th of January, then typically it's the last Friday of every month throughout the year, except July and August. So 10 meetings across the course of the year. We have 80 people on that program. Some of them are joining by the live stream because they are not in the UK. They are in, we've got Canada, we've got South America, we've got South Africa, we've got Scandinavia, and we've got quite a few in the United States as well. And the rest, UK, will be in the room. We record all the sessions, so if you miss one, it doesn't matter. We certainly wouldn't expect everyone to come to every single of the 10 dates. If you can, of course, that's great. If you can't, then you get the recording afterwards to sort of fast forward and watch when you want to. Everyone has paid between £5,000 and £12,000, depending on certain factors. So the offer to you guys, as you're already clients, and if you want to do this throughout the course of this year, it's 2.5 plus the VAT. It's a single payment only because of the low amount. So there's no payment plan, but if you work it out, it works out like £250 a meeting, which I think is a pretty good ROI. If you'd like to do that, I need to put you on the list at the end of today. So grab me before you go so we can put you on the list. So what have we got lined up for you this afternoon? I'd like to, Charlie, do you think you can just make your way to the front, please? I want to introduce you to someone who I've been very impressed with. Take a seat, Charlie, and let's get you the mic here, which is number, I don't know, the grey one. This is Charlie Norton. And Charlie has done some amazing deals. And I'd like him to tell you about these. And the little headline that sticks in my mind from when we were chatting earlier was how you went from flipping burgers to owning a business. And I think that's like a great title for a book. So tell us what was going on there, Charlie, so we can understand what that means.
Yes. Can you hear me all right? Yeah, lovely. Just to clarify, I haven't flipped burgers all my life. I was just helping out a friend's business at a cafe for a week because I knew the deal that I structured for this business I own now was imminent. So he unfortunately had an accident, so I started to flip burgers for his business, a little cafe business, actually on my premises of the land we own. And just thinking of Greece, getting paid £40 a day, enjoying the social aspects of flipping burgers and serving cafe food, and therefore I'd do that. And then about a week into that, I got the call from my solicitor to say the deal was done, or ready to be done. Are you ready? And of course, it's going to change my life. And because of Jonathan's methods, it really did. First week of the deal, I gave myself a deal for £30,000. That's what I was thinking. And yeah, if I want to go a little bit more into the business itself, it's a very, very profitable business, and I'm sure Jonathan's going to.
Yeah, sure. So tell us how you found that business first of all, and then talk us through how you negotiated the deal, how the deal was structured. That's the sort of information we'd really like to know.
Yeah, no problem. As I'm sure you're all aware, being an entrepreneur and a business owner is a bit of a blessing and a curse. You're up all night researching or sorting out work that needs to be done. My main hobby is looking at businessforsale.com or RightBiz or all the other web brokers you see.
An interesting hobby.
It is an interesting hobby, yeah. You wouldn't believe the amount of businesses I've inquired about that I shouldn't really be inquiring about. But this particular deal, the company's called NFR Transport. I've actually known the owner for about 11 years through my previous work experience in the vehicle transport market, or the automotive finish logistics, as we might say. And I asked him about 3 years ago, even before I came across Jonathan, would you sell your business? Because I've always wanted to buy and sell businesses as a rule of thumb. And he came to me, the owner, the previous owner now, Oliver, came to me in February last year, 2021 now. And he says, Charlie, I'm ready to do a deal with you. Lucky enough, I was armed with Jonathan's knowledge and methods to actually go into this deal, because beforehand, when I was buying businesses, I would have thrown my whole farm at the deal, i.e. scraping every penny, pound, maybe asking for a loan or another investor, and, just doing terrible deal making, I must admit, absolutely terrible deal making, until I was introduced to Jonathan's ways of doing stuff. And this particular business, NFR Transport, we're on course to make about £600,000 profit, clear profit this year. We've got contracts with Ford Motor Company across Europe, Tesla, a lot of other big players in the market. In fact, after I leave this interview today, I'm going to ring another acquisition I'm lining up and offer him a lowball offer. Well, he might think that. I think it's good value, if I'm honest with you. This business, NFR, going back to that, the whole purchase price was £480,000, which I actually used the business's own funds for that. We paid 60% up front, and the 40% is deferred consideration over the next 5 years, which is peppercorn money compared to how much the business actually makes. So yeah, I'm delighted to be here and in front of all you, particularly because I can see you all going through the same journey I went through over the last year and continuing to do so now. The aim is to get to a magic £1 million clear profit a year, but after speaking with Jonathan recently, I've readjusted the aims to about £3 million profit a year. I'm actually speaking to one of our biggest competition about buying them out, and they own 170 odd trucks and turn over considerably more than we do. In fact, I'm speaking to one of my suppliers about a business that turns over £2.5 billion a year. Will I get it? I'm not sure, but I'm not going to put doubt on myself now, considering how far I've come to this point. So that's where I'm at the moment.
Well done. So, yeah, there you go. So, tell us about what's your, give us a negotiation secret. Keep the mic nice and high.
No,
we don't want to miss
it. It's not a big secret. Oh, that sounds better. It's not a big secret, but as Jonathan stressed, the deal team, I've recently employed a financial director to come onto my business, not just to manage my cash flow and bank rec, to actually analyse the further acquisitions we're doing. And beforehand, with the NFR acquisition, I had a whiteboard in my bedroom, and every morning I'd wake up, write down more numbers in terms of cash flow and the asset value and what the deal's worth to me and how I should structure it. But now I have a fantastic deal team, solicitors and accountants, who go in, analyse the deal, and I can say with confidence how much this is going to be worth to me. Secret, I think getting to know people in your industry, asking the right questions and presenting yourself, i.e. I'm an active buyer in this market. There's so many people who are noticed now from me in my business because I've told them indirectly or directly that I'm looking to buy your business or a business like yourself. I'd say constantly being active on your approach. I've got about 70 deals in the pipeline, all ranging from what I call the red list, i.e. the deal's not worth it unless it's for little to nothing, amber and green, as I'm sure you guys can imagine how good the deal is. Green, I might be willing to overpay a smidge. Don't tell anyone that. No, but yeah, the secret is just, be consistent, I think. I think a lot of times as business owners, we might get distracted by the smaller things, such as the operations of the business, rather than actually acquiring more businesses or big contracts, either way, really. But Yeah, I haven't got really too many secrets. Mostly I've read them from Jonathan's book and content.
It's interesting because when we say secrets, where everyone always expects us of an earth-shattering revelation, and sometimes it's not really what we want to hear. That the actual secrets are doing the basics and doing the basics consistently and turning the theory into action that is repeated and repeated and repeated.
100%, consistent choices makes habits. And if I wasn't looking at business for sales for the last 9 years, plus coming across Jonathan's content, I wouldn't be in the position I'm in today. You need to be consistent with this. You can't just have 1 week of you hunting down a business and then 6 weeks of not caring, or you've got stuck in the operations of your business. Yeah. Every single day, I look at business out, or I inquire about a business. There's never a day goes past where I'm not either talking about another business accounts or the strategy of buying that. It's a great life to live, if I'm honest with you. Being a deal maker is honestly a great life to live.
And just remind me how old you are at the moment?
28. Yeah, I'm 28. From young, I always wanted to be a business owner because my father and grandfather and my great-grandfather was. In fact, my great-grandfather invented the digger bucket back in the day. But yeah, I've always wanted to be a business owner, and I did used to buy and sell businesses as single units, but as I told you guys before, I used to throw my life savings at buying the business, patch job it, and then try and sell it on after a year, 2 years, so on and so forth. Some of them were successful exits, but I can guarantee you if I knew what this man knew, it would be a much bigger exit, or at least a better deal at the start. Going back to this particular acquisition, when I found out about Jonathan about 2 years ago, I was quite hooked on his teachings and assimilating his content every day, either the podcast or YouTube. In fact, I'll probably watch his day in life videos about 10 times over, just because I want to pick out little points he's doing, and Linda.
I knew there was someone watching them, and it's you.
It's me.
Fantastic.
It's me. Always is. Being an entrepreneur and a business owner and deal maker is a blessing and a curse, and you can make this an enjoyable time, or you can make this a hard time and have a hard-paying job where you're bound by the business. And now I'm not bound to any business or customer. I just had Direct Line Insurance Company ring me up just before this, and I've had to say, I'm about to go to a meeting. Do apologise, but it's nice to have these big players in the market having my personal number now, and knowing that the business has got a very promising future. And when we do come to exit in 3 to 5 years' time, depending on the cycle, I'm looking for at least a £15 million exit, which would be lovely, and then I'll probably go into the next buying.
Well, if you're doing 3 million, then I think that could be a larger number.
Yeah, 100%. I like to be conservative on my exit because, the bigger players in the market, the big companies and the pension funds and the private equity firms, they know what they're doing. And I'm sure there'll be some push and pull in negotiations like there always is. I hope it's more than 15, obviously. That'll help me and my family out tremendously. Who knows? Who knows, really? I'll let you guys know in about 3 years' time when it happens.
We'll get you back. So talk to us about the attitude that you think works when it comes to approaching an owner, talking with them about their business and getting a deal over the line.
Well, I would say presentation's key, as I'm sure you're all aware. Being a man in his 20s still, a lot of people might not think he's got what it takes, or he's not got the required knowledge to run this business or this particular sector. With approaching the owners, obviously, you go in a little bit cold and then get a bit hot towards the ends, I would say. You just want to find out the bones of the business, the numbers, the potential of the business, and then you will warm them up to your character and who you are as a person, your CV, your experience, and you want them to believe that you are the right person to take on this business. If they don't think you're the right person, it doesn't matter what the money is or the deal is. They just won't give it to you. And I've had deals fall flat on my face because I don't know, maybe they thought I was too young, or maybe I was too inexperienced at the time. It does happen. I'm not saying every deal you're going to go into, they're going to love you straight away and agree that you're the right person. But that goes back to the habits of just going on to the next one and the next one and the next one. You know, Jonathan teaches me many different things. I think one of the most important things he's taught me is always have options. If you're only going in for one deal and it collapses, you might have to work another 6 weeks to find the next deal. And
deal flow.
Deal flow, 100%. And deal flow is crucial, you know, because it gives you the options. It gives you comparisons of other businesses in that sector to say, actually, your business isn't worth as much as you might think it is, you know, or you just find out more about your own business by looking at other people's numbers and what they're charging and what they're saving money on and where you could save money. You know, just being in that field, deal-making field, should I say, is a great experience for your own business. Even if you don't acquire another business for a year, the stuff you'll learn by looking at other businesses' books and details, you know, will make you a better business owner overall. You know, not forgetting about the money that you might get from making these deals. You know.
So what about your attitude or the way you talk to yourself, the way you perceive yourself?
I'm an optimist, by the way. I'm a really big optimist, and I believe in manifestation. You know, I was born with a lot of crippling disabilities, and I made it to play professional rugby for Saracens by the time I was 16. So I don't believe you should set barriers on yourself. I don't believe you should set limitations. You know, I just spoke about the business that does 2.5 billion turnover a year. They're actually owned by a Russian railway company. Now, I could say to myself in my office, they're too big. They won't like what I'm about to say. They haven't got enough collateral to buy that business. Or I could say there's a deal to be done here. You know, I could say they've got 400 or 2 billion in the bank and use that as the deal fee, for instance. You know, I think it's all about the limits you set upon yourself. You could choose to buy a small dry cleaning business, or you can choose to buy a multi-million-pound business. It's really down to your own faults. And the habits I've instilled for myself from a young age in terms of trying to break the barrier or break the limitations other people have tried to set on me, has helped me, you know, with this path now, believing that I can do the extreme, if I'm honest with you, similar to what Jonathan's doing. You know, he's doing an absurd amount of business, really. You know, some people, if you knew Jonathan's numbers, you'd be amazed, you know, truly amazed what Jonathan's doing. And, you know, if I can follow this gentleman's path and, you know, his blueprint and run with that, then I'm on to a winner. You know, the habits, they come over time. I'd say, you know, be a positive person rather than a negative Nelly. I know it's hard because sometimes life gets in the way and bad stuff does happen. I'm not here to disagree with that. But when you're in the deal meeting room or the negotiation period, I like to call myself the Henry Kissinger of the 21st century, if any of you guys know who that is. World War I negotiator. But, you know, you've got to walk in the room with confidence, with the right attitude, armed with the right knowledge from your deal team, and, you know, be assured of yourself that you can strike that deal. You know, I must admit, my ex-partner must have thought I was in love with Jonathan, the amount of content I was shown of him.
Well, the interview took a turn.
Yeah, well, you know, you have to be obsessed with it. If I'm honest with you, you can't.
Have you seen in the last 24 hours and it's not a show that I've ever watched, but someone who was on Love Island has come in for a real slating for saying that life is what you make it. Have you seen that?
Work harder, she said, I believe.
Yeah.
You can't be poor, work harder. Not a great way to phrase that. Yeah, I know. I saw.
I don't know if she actually said that, because I heard the interview this morning.
I haven't actually heard the interview. I just scrolled through my social media and I saw a quick quote, so might not be accurate.
But she's getting a lot of flack for saying take responsibility for your life, and life is what you make it. With people saying, well, yes, but it's because of my life is because of all these other external circumstances, and I work very hard at what I do, but I'm still not getting where I want to go. Mm-hmm. Any opinions or thoughts on that?
Luck, as people might call me a bit lucky, I believe luck is when preparation meets opportunity. And if you aren't prepared for the opportunity that's going to come by, then you're going to have no luck. That's my opinion on that.
Yeah. So, to put it into the context of business buying, people say, well, you must be lucky. You found that good deal. You must be lucky. And then you were lucky again with that one. Oh, you're so lucky with all these deals. No, you just know how to do it. That's the preparation. And then when you see the opportunity, you can go and grab it. And that opportunity is available to everyone, but some people just aren't prepared for it. And if you're not prepared for it, you don't even notice that it is an opportunity. It just passes you by.
100%, and obviously in my age group of peers and friends, I have a lot of people who self-doubt themselves. They go, I can't do what Jonathan did or Charlie did or what other business owners do day to day. You know, we've seen it everywhere as the times have gone by. Disney buying Marvel and Lucasfilm, Star Wars. We've seen a lot of acquisitions throughout our entire lifespans, you know, to prove this is real. And a lot of people, I think the biggest obstacle is they have self-doubt, and that self-doubt creates a bit of, I'd like to say, envy. You know, you see someone else doing it and they believe they can't do it, so therefore it must be a fugazi or luck, or you must be very privileged or well-connected or something. They have to make an excuse why they can't do it and you can.
And the one thing they don't say is, well, you just must have worked really hard and put the effort in and the hours in.
Yeah, they wasn't there for the 16-hour days. They wasn't there for the burger flipping. They wasn't there for the long hours negotiations, and they haven't been there for the last 28 years of my life. So, you know, I do find it comical when someone says that, and they don't highlight the fact that we all work hard in this room, bloody hard. I saw most of you guys go out straight for lunch and start doing your business again. And I was like, look at all these people, hard-working, ambitious entrepreneurs, and it's nice to see everyone here today. I must admit, it's very refreshing for me, because usually I'm cooped up in my office with my team. And
well, we've been talking about the value of networks, yes. And you know, being in a room with similar people or sitting at a table with similar people, and it kind of starts to rub off on you when you're in this environment. You start thinking bigger. Well, just our conversation the other day, you said you tripled your tripled your targets as a result of one chat.
100%. You know, I think aim for the moon, and if you hit the stars, then you got something right along the way.
So tell us what the plan is, because we talked yesterday about having a goal in 3 years' time, an exit figure, and then working backwards to how many deals we need to do to get there. Have you got a timeline like that, a plan like that?
Yes, brief on the back of a fag packet, I must admit. I'm probably the most disorganised person you'll meet in this room. But in terms of the actual plan to get to the 15 million, well, maybe a bit more now in valuation after hearing what Jonathan just said. But to get there, we have to acquire another 3 to 4 businesses of similar sizes, and then service our existing customer base, which operates European and international wide. Obviously, being in the vehicle transportation market, you know, I've delivered Top Gear cars and David Beckham's cars, and you get all sorts of people's vehicles, you know, even from police cars to military vehicles and, you know, the auction houses. Anywhere you buy a car, hopefully I'll be delivering it. But yes, in terms of the actual plan, you know, ideally, if we can get to about 60 grand net a week, I'll be quite satisfied in terms of readying for the exit. The way it's going now, I wouldn't be surprised if we double that with considerable ease, if I'm honest with you. And, you know, it's about employing the right people. I must admit, you need to employ or partner with the people who strengthen your weaknesses. I know where my weaknesses are as a business owner and as a man, and I like to hire people who can cover those weaknesses, i.e. my finance director, my solicitor, my operations manager, the drivers. You know, everyone in my team is valuable to me, and without them, and they're all fully aware of my plans. I don't shy away from nothing. I think business should be an open and honest and transparent discussion. I don't think, if they knew my numbers, they might want more money. Well, if they deserve more money, give them more money. You know, everyone is a key cog in your business journey and your success, you know. So everyone's aware of our plan, you know, to exit within 5 years for multi-millions of pounds. We have got a plan to get there, and it is through acquisition, but also expanding our current clients, such as Direct Line.
So it's a
Tesla.
combination of the organic growth and the...
Yeah, it's a bit of a combination, because before I came across Jonathan's teaching, I was all about organic growth, marketing, cash flow and cutting costs, increasing prices, whatnot. But now I can once I bring this business in Swindon, that's going to 50% extra of my turnover onto my bottom line. And I know there's businesses out there that will, astronomically add to my business. It might not be that £2.5 billion company, but it might be the business that turns over 60 million a year, who is a local competitor of mine. And I texted him on New Year's Day. I went, "Happy New Year's, Mick. If you're interested in Exing, I'm your guy." And he said, "We'll have a chat soon." I spoke to him yesterday. Spoke to him a bit more about the numbers. It might work. I must admit, he's got a lot of leverage with the bank, which I don't like. I prefer a debt-free business if I can, but it strengthens my negotiation position on the table, with that. So
you might be able to just assume that debt as part of the deal to reduce
100%.
Any cash required,
Yeah, and that's something you have to, with your calculations of the business with the cash flow, is include the debt, either the existing business debt or the debt you're about to put onto it through buying the business. Depending on how you work the deal.
I've got to say, if you're looking for the attitude that makes someone good at this, sending a text on New Year's Day to someone that you want to buy their business from. Is that not just the spot-on attitude that you should have?
Christmas Eve, I was down in Swindon scouting this business I'm about to call up and give him an offer straight after this meeting. Every Christmas Day and New Year's holidays for the last 10 years I've worked. This is the first Christmas just gone I've actually been able to relax and enjoy myself a little bit more and spend time with the family, because I've got an obsession, a positive obsession, with making myself successful, and I don't know, you have to sacrifice your time in order to get there. I don't think there's an easy route around it. I think following Jonathan's methods will make it easier for you. I really do, and hopefully I'm living proof of that. But overall, you need to have the consistency, the positive attitude to get there. There's no point of dwelling on your own in your own office on your lows. You've got to focus on the highs, and you've got to focus on the acquisitions, to be quite frank. I think a lot of people go to a business and go, "Oh, he wants 1.5 million. Oh, I haven't got 1.5 million. What will I do?" And they don't really think, "Oh, I can structure this deal, I can negotiate it down, I can analyse the books," so on and so forth. You really need to be aware of yourself, and I keep using the words positive. I know it's not always positive, but certainly come into their business and prove that you're the right person to take it over. I think a lot of people might look at me at 28 with relevant experience and the right positive attitude, go, "Actually, that's the guy to take my business." When I retire or I sell up to move to
that's
Spain.
interesting. So instead of perceiving that your age might be a barrier, you're actually seeing that bringing a more useful approach into a business is perfect for someone thinking of retiring.
Yeah, 100%. And they might look at me and go, "Well, he can run it for another 30 years. My business name will last for 30 years longer, and he's got big plans and big ambitions and a big customer base through, obviously, my first acquisition." And, my platform investment with NFR, whilst it is profitable, I could hire a managing director and live a nice life and maybe visit Jonathan at the Richmond Hotel regularly.
Is it true that you bought quite a nice house recently?
Yes. Yeah, it's a lovely house, 7-bedroom manor house in Essex, right next to the M25, so it's quite pricey bit of land compared to other parts of the country.
Although most people think if the house is right next to the M25, it might not be the ideal location, but presumably far enough away for it not to...
10-minute drive from the M25,
right, okay.
Sorry. I say that. Yeah, it's a beautiful house, got a lovely duck pond, tennis court, 4-car garage.
And how did you get together the money to...
Yes, that was from my exit, a company called Newcroft Training that I brought So I bought this when I was 23, and the deal price was £140,000. I used £20,000 of my own money and financed the rest at the time, simply because I didn't know what I was doing. I probably would have negotiated a bit lower. And then, you know, I used what everyone else would use in this room, their brain, and go, okay, I need to get more customers, I need to market this business, I need to manage the costs, I need to expand. And we became a government-approved college where we had clients like the Border Force, police, a lot of local colleges, and we turned over a few million at that point before I exited. And through that exit, it even still pays me today. You know, every Friday I get a little payment in my account, and I could live off that comfortably, in a sense, and hence why I was willing to flip burgers at the time, because I thought, you know, helping a friend out.
But that exit funded the property.
Yes, in a nutshell, and a couple other properties and a couple of nice holidays, and yeah, you know, I've always been about buying and selling businesses. Even before I came across Jonathan, it's just that his methods are a lot better than my methods.
Well, you did all right. You did okay. So, questions for Charlie. Who's got a question, a comment, anything you want to know more about?
Please be nice. My first time public speaking.
Is it really? You're doing great. Doing great.
Yeah.
Doing fantastic.
Charlie, very impressive, I have to say. Would you mind, if you don't mind disclosing, just talking through the deal and sort of numbers of NFR Transport and how you know, what they were asking, did you negotiate, how did you put it together, and where have you borrowed the money, and what's your sort of payback period, those sorts of things?
Yeah, no problem. Sorry, what's your name again?
David.
David, thank you. Sorry, I'm a bit blind about my glasses, I can't see your name tags. So originally when he came to me to sell, because I was an interested party, he said, what do you value the business? And that's where my zip, I'm not going to tell you that. So he went to his accountant, who I've recently dismissed, I must admit, is the company accountant, well, it was. He valued the business at 1.3 million. That was his initial valuation. I was not going to pay that. The business wasn't worth that to me, in my opinion. So we eventually agreed on roughly around £500,000, and what it was a deal that was always moving, depending week on week, because I said to him, I'm going to pay you your net asset value plus a year's worth of EBITDA. So at the time, that equated to, on the deal, £480,000. The first initial payment, I used out of his own bank. Well, sorry, the company's bank, my bank now, around £265,000. That's the first consideration, so he was a very happy man. And bear in mind, the seller was already a successful entrepreneur. He already had many properties, had a lovely business that afforded him a very nice wage plus the extra profit. So I knew there was meat for me to chew on. And so the first payment was £260,000, and then the next 5 years, every month, he gets around £3,700 a month, which actually gives me more security, knowing that he has got vested interest in the business still. You know, he's not going to try and underhand me or disrupt the business in any way. And the actual contract, my solicitor was great, very responsive, very quick. From actually engaging, like agreeing verbally, you know, this is the price, or this is how we're going to structure the price, we finished the deal within 6 to 8 weeks. Then extra 2 weeks, I was probably flipping the burgers. But yeah, you know, in terms of the cash flow, you know, we on a bad month we'll make, you know, £25,000 to £30,000 clear. On a good month, we're pushing nearly to about 70 to 80 at the moment. And that's already doubled since I've bought it, I must admit. He was only doing about half them numbers. So it's still a viable business overall. But the deal itself, you know, I must admit there was times where I thought, oh, this ain't going to happen. You know, he's getting a bit fidgety. He's asking me too many hot questions. I think the deal might collapse in front of my face. I must admit, I think, what am I going to do at the time? And yeah, you know, it's about nurturing that relationship and nurturing their expectations. You know, I wasn't going to pay over the odds. I knew from day one through Jonathan's teachings that I would have a no money down deal using the business finance to structure that deal. And you know, if you're looking to buy small businesses, and I mean no disrespect if you're in these industries, but small cafes or dry cleaners, unless you're planning to group them all together, usually these businesses don't have nothing in the bank. You know, I speak to these businesses before I bought this one every day. Yeah, I was inquiring about all sorts of businesses, I must admit. But you want a business that is profitable, has money in the bank, has an asset value that's greater than their liabilities, so it can fund itself. You know, I've had other mentors say to me that the business, you shouldn't buy the business using your own money, you should use your own money to improve the business, for instance. So yeah, that's how the deal was structured. I hope that was helpful to you, David. You know, I try and be as open and honest as I can in life and in general with these type of things. So.
Yeah, good question, good answer. Thank you. Great. Next. Oh, let's just pass it here and then we'll go over to the back. Excuse me. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just struggling with getting my head round how you use the money in the company's bank account to actually pay for the business. Was this a share purchase?
It was, unfortunately, but yes, it was.
Okay. So how does that actually work?
Yes, so good question. A lot of my friends ask me this. In fact, my little cousin, when I was telling him about how to do it, he asked me the exact same question. So I'm glad you asked. Thank you. So what I'd done, particularly myself, is a share purchase agreement. So I had an SPA contract, not an asset purchase, which I would recommend you guys do, because on the way here I found out about an insurance claim that happened last year that I might be liable for. Hence why you should buy the assets, not the shares. But at the same time, I'm very happy. But regarding, in terms of the payment and timelines of how that happened, so we signed the deal with the contract saying that I would give them the first payment within 14 days of signature. Within that 14 days, I got the bank access, changed the names over, so I was now in control of the funding. And using the funding, obviously, paid them within the 14 days. Happened within 6 days, to be fair, because the bank was lovely and quick.
I think the bit that's, because that doesn't completely answer what you're asking, or what I know that you're thinking. So you agreed a price for a company that had certain assets and liabilities, so basically a balance sheet.
Yep.
It owes this, it owns this, and one of the things that it owned, well, it owned tables and it owned chairs, and it owned cash.
Yes.
And that price included everything, and there was a cash element as one of the assets. So let's say the price was $480.
Yes, so to clarify, thanks for clearing that one up, because...
do you see where we're heading with the question?
Yeah, so the business itself had about 160 grand in the bank, and I used the recovery loan scheme to top that up and also pay myself a deal fee. Hopefully we can edit that part out. I'm not sure how legal that is. I'm pretty sure. It's completely legal.
There's someone running around saying it isn't, but they're completely wrong. I think
yeah,
they're
I was sure they're wrong because
themselves.
Well, the RLS scheme, one of the requirements in terms of what you're using the money for is for investment and growth. And my opinion is that because I've joined the business through expanding the contacts and getting more contracts,
there's nothing wrong with you. It's in the business. It's your money to do with what you want, whether you use it to pay staff or buy a piece of equipment or to pay for the input that you have put into the business, which is the several weeks, was it 12 weeks, whatever it was, leading up to the actual purchase itself.
Yes, so the initial money came from the business itself and plus a mix of the RLS loan. Obviously, you don't want to overspend in any area to yourself or to the seller because obviously you need to manage that loan and pay back the loan and obviously keep the business funded. Lucky enough with NFR, it had little to no liabilities in terms of creditors because the owners used to get a bill, pay it straight away, and then collect the money thereafter. But yeah, that's how, and the 5-year consideration every month we pay, obviously that comes from the business. So even my solicitor fees came from the business. I'm lucky to say that I've had the privilege of putting zero money down, which even after listening to Jonathan for 2 years, I thought, that'd be a tricky challenge, won't it? But having done it, I can tell you that it's certainly something you can do.
So let's just. So what was the initial consideration to the seller?
Yeah, about 265,000.
65. So that came from the cash at bank that you inherited as part of the company that you purchased, and the top up from the recovery.
Yes, a mixture of the two. And one of the things in the contract I put to the seller was that you must leave £35,000 in the bank, just extra as running costs. So that came off the deal fee in total, because the business has to fund itself and it has costs, regular costs going out. So I'm not going to be fronting that straight off the bat. The business should, because it's been going for 15, 20 years now. You'd hope it should.
So what? How much was the recovery loan? 150.
I got 160,000 in total for the RLS. I could have went for the 250, but I thought I'm just going to push my luck at this point.
And you paid yourself 30,000. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it was good. I brought my dad a car. I helped my auntie and my mother out, and had a nice Christmas. And now it's just back on the bandwagon, hunting down the next deal, growing the business. So, yeah, I wouldn't want to get too emotional, but Jonathan has seriously changed my life through his teachings, and he would probably return in kind and say, it's all you, you've done the hard work, but if I didn't bump into this man, then I don't know where I'd be right now, if I'm honest with you.
There's been a lot of love in the room today.
Always.
Always. Not that much love.
Sorry, I'm still struggling.
Okay.
I think I've got a bit of a mind.
Okay, so you have an accountancy background.
Yeah.
Yes. So we're buying the balance sheet for the agreed 480.
Yes.
Yeah, 480. This is the balance sheet, and the balance sheet owes and owns, including 160 of cash. So for 480,000, that's what we get. So
I'm struggling with the flow of funds. How you can use.
But you were struggling with the flow of funds earlier on, right? As well, with the refinancing of the assets.
Yeah.
Yes. Don't be concerned about that. It's a legal thing. It's
the using the company's bank account to buy the company.
Yeah. Well, you said that the first payment wasn't made for 14 days.
Well, that was the contractual stipulation, but I paid it within 6 as soon as I got access, because I wanted to keep the sellers happy. And
so once you got access, so you legally own the company, and you're going to make your first payment for that company in 14 days. You happened to do it earlier, but you had 14 days to do it, because that's what you agreed. And then you take that cash and you pop it straight back out as that initial consideration. Although you topped up with a recovery loan to make the 260 or whatever it was.
Going back to the cash flow quickly. So if the business made on average £30,000 a month clear, I knew that from the RLS loan, which is about 3,700, plus the seller's deferred consideration, which is about 3,700, 7.5 roughly in total. There was enough margin in there to continue them payments, as well as reinvest the business and pay myself. Hopefully that clears that up.
But don't worry too much about mechanics.
That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, but don't. It's like you're going to buy a property. You know that there's a mortgage on the property, and it's laying awake at night worrying how that mortgage is going to get paid off and who's going to transfer the money, and you just trust your solicitor to do it, right? You don't think, so hang on, so if that money comes through at a minute past midnight, do I then need to do it? Right now, today, I'm doing a refinancing of something where an old loan is being paid off, and I signed the chap's payment instruction at lunchtime, so it might complete before 3 o'clock today, might do. But I'm here talking to you, and I'm not worried about the mechanics of it, because that's everyone else's job, not mine. So trust that it works, because it does. Does it work?
100%.
Trust that it works, just like the refinancing of the assets. It works. Let everyone else pick up the detail of it. Yeah.
Just to continue the same topic, when you bought the company, you bought the shares, but did you buy it personally or your SPV bought the...
So this is... Yeah, good question, by the way, thank you. This is one of the small parts of Jonathan's teachings I'm yet to fully understand with the SPVs. Now, I've done SPVs for my properties, so I understand what they are and how you use them in that regards, but I use my own personal name to buy this business.
So you own the shares?
I own the shares directly. And as we build the group, I probably will incorporate SPVs underneath each acquisition and into the parent company.
The idea is to create a layer of protection so that a corporate entity makes the purchase rather than the individual.
As it was my platform.
To be fair, there's a lot worse things that you could have done, and I don't think we can knock you for for getting one little bit sort of doing it differently.
It was a minor detail, that one. But yes, I would recommend doing it through the SPV. Because it was my platform first purchase on the buy and build strategy I'm doing, I kind of wasn't as strict as possibly I will be going forward in terms of SPVs and the warranties I'll ask for.
You know what, we can move around the ownership in a group structure.
At any point.
Yeah.
So now I've got the keys, I can choose where the keys go.
That's actually the answer of the question, because you're not moving the money from the company you bought to the SPV. SPV pays the seller. You directly paid from the limited company to the seller. So that's the answer.
But either way, it doesn't make any difference.
Yeah. The only thing is, if you move the company upwards to the SPV, you might incur tax through the SPV. So I would say do a direct payment from the main business to the seller if that's the way you're doing it. Simply because if you move money around, you're going to have to
not within the group structure. I'm not an accountant, but if you I'm looking at our accountants in the room. But if you're moving money within the group, then there isn't a taxable event. Anyway, so where's our microphone? Over here. I saw some hands up over this side. Yes. Could we head over to that table, please? Gavin.
No, it's Phil.
Hello.
How you doing, Charlie?
Oh, hi, Phil. Sorry.
Oh, I know. I'm getting into the haulage and logistics as well, Charlie. It's something I've been in all my life, so I know it pretty much inside out. How easy was it to sit down and actually face a guy that's a multi-millionaire, a successful businessman, and actually sit there and have the balls to do the deal?
This is more nerve-wracking for me, speaking in front of other people. If I could sit down with Jonathan for hours and talk numbers and his business and the business dynamics and cash flow for days on end, simply because it's what I love doing. Public speaking is much more nerve-wracking for me. I'd say definitely have the confidence. You're in the haulage industry yourself. Can I ask what particular haulage you're looking into, like containers or?
Well, I've actually sent out 1,400 letters. It's deep sea shipping and anything general haulage, tankers, container work.
Yeah.
I've got my own licenses. I've got my ADR licenses. I can do anything.
That's fair enough. And as yourself, I'm probably quite qualified in the transport industry, and this is where Jonathan's teachings come of do something you understand. I've been a qualified transport manager for 11 years now. And obviously I used to run a HGV training school back in the day. In terms of confidence and being in the room with the gentleman, you have to understand leverage and each side of the table. Obviously, I want to buy the business at the best price. He wants to sell the business at the best price. But the important part is that he wants to sell, they want to sell. And that's where your leverage comes in. And once you get analysing their books and their business, you might find more leverage points to press on. I've always been a fairly confident chap overall, so being in the room talking numbers and business and industries, something I enjoy. I love hearing about other people's businesses as well and get really excited to hear other people's businesses. There was probably at times where the seller probably looked at me and thought, he might not be the right guy, he might be too young or too inexperienced, but I convinced them that I was, and so far we've doubled his business or his previous business, and we've got a promising future. So obviously he made the right call. I'd be interested to hear more about your transport buying and build strategy, definitely. And I know particularly in the transport market, there's a lot of sellers, hell of a lot of sellers. And the beautiful thing about our industry is that it's an asset-heavy industry. So usually the companies that are running, unless they're severely financed, have big trucks that are worth 80,000 upwards. So it's quite an asset-heavy business. So therefore, you know that you've got a lot of leverage and buying power from that. Even if you've got squat, even if you have nothing and every day you're living paycheck to paycheck, you know that business can fund itself from the asset value. So that should give you the confidence going in the world. And I was showing Jonathan a couple more of my deals in the pipeline now. I'm imminently either going to bring up heads of terms or acquire. And I asked him, I've got a little business that I'm looking to acquire, and they want 275,000. I think it's only worth 90,000. Don't get me wrong, we had an extra £100,000 a year profit to me, but in my opinion, how they've run the business, it's worth 90. And I said to Jonathan, say if they don't like that, and Jonathan goes, well, tough cookies. There's more businesses to buy. There's always acquisitions in the pipeline, and they'll probably come back to you within 6 months. Go, actually, I want to sell my business to you because you're the only person who's experienced, presentable, and wants to take over the business for a decent price.
Possibly the only person that she's spoken to.
Yeah, 100%. It's not easy selling a small business. It's much easier to sell a multi-million-pound business because it's an easy decision for the bigger players. But small independent companies, they can't find a lot of buyers. Not a lot of people are crazy enough to go buy a business, to be quite frank. Hope that answers your question.
That's perfect, mate.
Yeah, thank you. Can you pass the mic over to Gavin?
Hi, Charlie. Well done. Yeah, brilliant story. I'm Gavin. I'm in printing, but as for Monday, I'm going into transport. Okay. So a bit more competition for you.
I don't mind.
Good margins. Oh, I can only dream of those margins. Anyway, just a quick one. The recovery loan scheme, was that already in place when you bought the business?
No, I actually acted as a broker in a way in the build-up. I went to the funding company. Look, here's the business numbers, here's their turnover, here's the loan we want, and I got that in place, ready for the day the deal come. So that's why it was quite quick to give them the money.
Through the previous owner, though, he had to sign. The deal first.
Obviously, if you go above 250,000, there's personal guarantees involved. So obviously, I didn't want to break that barrier. I wanted to get underneath that so I can reassure the seller that there's no personal guarantees involved. And if I wrapped up the business or something bad happened, the business had to go under, it wouldn't affect him. So you have to, don't get me wrong, if it's a multi-million-pound acquisition, I would assume there's some personal guarantees anyway regarding the contract you're doing with the seller, because if you don't want it to disappear, it's a key man business and the money goes. Just going back to what you said before your question in terms of the margins, I was very privileged to be in a particular industry in the transport sector where the margins are good. The average margin of net profit in transport is around 5-6%. And I know this watching my dad have a £20 million turnover business and not paying himself a lot. So I know the margins are usually quite tight. I was lucky where my net profit margin is 47%.
You're not convincing me not to do it.
Oh, no, I don't mind. I'd help you.
I'm staying in print. Don't worry, Charlie.
No, but my net profit's 47%.
Yeah.
So every time I know the drivers are out, and my gross profit's 56. Just so you guys know.
So you really don't have any overheads?
Well...
So you're putting all of your salaries into cost of goods?
Yes. Yeah. I must admit, that's more questions for Daniel, my finance director. But
but it sounds like so your salaries are in cost of goods, which is why the gap between your gross and your net is so
little,
small, because there isn't really any, there's an office and maybe some admin support.
Yeah, we've got 7 full-time staff and 3 part-time staff.
In the office environment?
No, including drivers as well.
Oh, I see. Okay, so so you're probably splitting the salaries between drivers up there and office.
In the actual office, I've only got 2 more team members. One's the operations manager, one's the finance director. And because, we don't need a lot of jobs per day to make our money, so I don't need a whole big team dealing with inquiries. I don't spend any money on advertising, which will slowly change, but we've got such good custom that I didn't need, this is the first business I've ever been in where I've never had to sell anything or market anything, and even though I like them skills, I really do. I'm glad I'm not doing them because there's no pressure on me to do that, you know.
Great, thank you. Could you pass the mic across to this table? And sorry, I haven't forgotten you. We'll work back.
Here you go, Michael.
Thank you very much for sharing your story. You did mention that you had 14 days for the initial consideration, and then of course you deferred the payment. Did you have to put any guarantees down?
Well, yeah, good question. Thanks for asking that. So, yeah, there was a point in the negotiations when you pass it up to the solicitors where their solicitor, and I've got all the emails because now I've got his own email address, I've seen the conversations where the solicitor was going, are you not going to give force Charlie to any personal guarantees or have debentures over his properties or, some form of security? And the solicitor said in black and white to the seller, if you don't do this, he might just do you out of pocket, take advantage of you, so to speak. So obviously the sellers, from their solicitor's advice, turned around to me and said, our solicitor said that we want a personal guarantee from yourself. I said no. To be honest with you, because it was so late in the deal structure and the contract, and we was literally waiting to dot the I's and cross the T's, that I didn't want to change any dynamics of the deal, and I wasn't going to give them personal guarantees when we're already knee deep into the deal. They should have asked that at the start, perhaps. Maybe I would have said no then as well. Maybe I would have said yes.
We actually talked about this very subject this morning.
Okay.
And reached a similar conclusion.
Yeah, you shouldn't bend over backwards to get the business. You shouldn't risk your entire life savings or properties to do that either. They've built a business that should make money. And if not, and they need personal guarantees from you, they're kind of saying, well, I don't believe our business will be successful once you buy it. And my argument is
quite often they go to great lengths to tell you how it operates without them and it's not dependent upon them. And I just let everyone else get on with it and he makes all this money. Well, we'd like that to continue, please. Oh, well, maybe it won't if you own it.
Well, that's it, and never, as Jonathan's highlighted, buy a business where it's a key man business. I've done it a couple times, and if you've got the experience to manage that and delegate the activities of the business, then great. But in general, if it's a key man business, i.e. all the phone calls go through the seller and the seller makes all the decisions, accounts, operations, etc., it's probably not a business you want to buy, simply because it's a business that's going to take all your time, 16 hours a day, and you're not going to have any sleep simply because you bought this great business. Well, it's not so great now, is it? And if the business is profitable, then why would you need a personal guarantee? You should have long-term customers, good margins in the business, good custom, repeat business. Maybe, if I went to that £2.5 billion business, I'll probably have to put some personal guarantees down.
Well, actually, contrary to what you think, is that the larger the amounts involved, the less likely there are PGs. Because let's face it, a PG only has any value if you've got sufficient net assets that can be liquidated or to satisfy the personal guarantee. So when we're talking in the more modest numbers, then most people might have that equity in their house, for example. When you're talking about the millions, the tens, the hundreds of millions, and the billions, then people don't have £2 billion of equity in their house. So it doesn't work. I mean, I was with a bank just before Christmas, and the lending that we were discussing, which was 8 figures, they made it clear they didn't expect any sort of underwriting of that from me. Where if you go to your high street bank and you want a £10,000 overdraft, it's like you've asked for I don't know. I'm trying to think of something impossible to ask for.
Try and rob the bank.
Yeah, they want your life story, and they want that personal guarantee, and they want you to go and sign in front of a solicitor to have it explained to you for £10,000. Where when it sort of £15 million, it's kind of it's based upon the business itself, not you, the individual.
100%. You know, the bigger the numbers are, there's more money to play around with in terms of structuring the deal. And if it is such a big and profitable business, which I think you should all aim for, you know, there should be no reason why the seller needs a personal guarantee. And I thought this was a big enough business with big enough margins to say, actually, it's a successful business now, and it's going to be even more successful business going forward. So therefore, I don't need to guarantee you anything. And in fact, you've already got your monies. So why do I need to guarantee you particularly anything? You know, all the service I have to do is towards the business. I don't have to service the seller anymore. You know, they've got 60% of the initial payment, and they know their business is profitable, so therefore they should be comfortable in the fact that I'm going to be paying them handsomely.
Yeah, but I think you used the very best word in negotiation, which is no. No.
Yeah.
No. Thank you, but no. I appreciate the interest, but no. Yeah, great.
Thank you.
Quick question. Let's speed up the questions, please, then we can take a quick break.
Hi, Charlie. You got me excited again about trucking. I spent 17 years driving 18-wheelers around, and I don't even like driving, actually, but I can see a lot of profit in it. Coming back to your...
Interesting career choice for 17 years, then.
Good pay.
Paid, yeah. Your top-up of the recovery loan.
Yes.
Last year, of course, we could use bounce-back loans and C-bills loans, and owners wouldn't have to pay them back for 12 months, so they were very happy to take them out. With the recovery loans, if you're asking a vendor to take that out on your behalf, because you haven't owned the company yet for 6 months, they're going to have to start paying the interest immediately, aren't they? So I've met with a bit of resistance on that.
They pay, so the initial payment happens 30 days after you take it out. Yeah, just clarify that one. So yeah, by the time that would incur, then obviously I would be in charge of the payments and managing that payment. So it's not straight away.
And they come out of the business bank account.
And obviously they come out of the business bank account, most importantly. You know, I've never personally paid one, but the business has now. So, yeah.
Great, good question. Thank you very much. Right, let's move it. Move the mic. If you could run the mic over to the back, then we'll move here. Then we'll go over here. Via here.
Very quick question. It's something I've struggled with. I think it's a 101 type question. If you've got a company, you're looking to buy it as an asset purchase, and there's say its turnover's 200,000 a year, and there's 50,000 in the bank. If you're doing an asset purchase, that 50,000 isn't really part of the deal, is it?
See, I would say it's more of a question for Jonathan, but in my opinion, the difference between asset purchase and share purchase, usually you're buying a business that what people would coin the phrase as distressed. I'm assuming so.
No.
You don't like that word, I know, but I would
assume... No, it's not that I don't like the word. I mean, it's just not the case. So you can have a profitable business, but your acquisition structure is we'll buy this, and this, and this, these parts of the business, but then what's left behind is yours.
Yes, and this is where I need to do some further research, I must admit, because my next purchase will be asset purchase, and your question is actually probably one that I'll have. What happens with that £50,000 in the bank, hypothetically, I think what you're asking. I don't know if you buy the assets, the bank will come with it. I thought
No,
so
because the bank account is for the company,
yes,
and you're not buying the company.
So it's always excluded, basically, from the negotiations.
I mean, I suppose, and this, to be fair, is probably a longer discussion than we've got time for, but I suppose, in a way, it could be lent to you.
Okay.
Yes, and you could
and
also...
then you can kind of give it back as consideration.
Yes, and you could get the seller to buy more assets with it to refinance, perhaps. There's many ways to skin a cat, I believe. Okay. So, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. That was such an interesting talk. Thank you.
I'd just love to know, what did you say to the seller to talk him down in price from his accountant's valuation to what you actually paid? Because it was about 50%.
Yes.
So what did you say to him? How did you persuade him?
I think my first words were, ooh, scratch my head. Sorry, my first words were, ooh, and scratch my head, going, how did you come to that valuation? And I let them talk their way out of it. And then, yeah, it was a bit of back and forth. I'm not going to say it was a quick conversation, certainly not how quick Jonathan can do it within 1 or 2 meetings. We had about 3 to 4 meetings, and it was over the course of a couple months as well, because obviously he was busy running his business, I was busy doing what I was doing. Yeah, that's a good question. He kind of talked himself into it, because I was so blasé with what he was saying to me. Oh, my accountant's valued this at 1.2 million, 1.3 million. I was going, yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that's really the case. And I decided in my head through Jonathan's teachings that I wanted to get the initial consideration under the net asset value in cash and fixed assets, because I knew I'd be able to fund it using their own money, so to speak. So that was always in the back of my head. I never openly said that until it was time to put the deal in place in terms of how I was structuring that. It's quite hard, even now, today, I find some business owners are so emotionally attached to what their business is, and they think the sun shines out the back end of it. Business negotiation is there's not a lot of market research in terms of, you look in the property market, you can see which prices have been sold and what the value of that street and house is, or you can look at the car market, go on Auto Trader and get a rough estimation. So there's a lot of variables that come into play, and I think you have to use your bargaining power of them variables, saying, actually, if I come in the business, I'm going to spend £40,000 a year on an operations manager, so that cuts the profits, or I've got to spend this much money on the loan paying back, so that cuts the EBITDA or net profit. So therefore, your business isn't as valuable as you may think. I think you've always got to find points in the business where it's going wrong or has faults, or leverage points you can argue with, because if you just go on the face of what they're telling you, then you shouldn't be buying a business at that point, in my opinion. As Jonathan says, you should always know more than the buyer in terms of buying and negotiating.
More than the seller, yeah.
More than the seller,
yeah.
sorry, yeah.
Great, thank you. A couple more questions. So we'll come over here and then to Andy.
Hi, Charlie. So considering you've not done a lot of public speaking, you've done really well.
Yes,
okay.
Very much so.
My question is coming back to where Julie started off earlier, but not quite to do with the mechanics. You were talking about buying the business out of the business bank account, okay? And there are a couple of little bits that have niggled at me along the way that we've talked about before. That money that's in the business bank account, when you're taking that money out to pay for that business, what are the tax implications? That's part of it, because I'm thinking there's that part, but then Jonathan's mentioned a few times companies leaving money in the bank account, and it's like, well, I think a lot of people may be confused, owners, why that money isn't theirs, and why they're leaving that money there in the business. But also when Jonathan's mentioned that many people are sometimes doing their Tesco shopping and buying all kinds of things out of their bank account, that's another conflicting opinion, and it's like a lot of confusion, not about the semantics,
so
but about...
Who's confused?
Well, I'm confused slightly as well.
Yes.
That we've heard all of these little things. When you're taking money out of the business account to pay for the business, are there not tax implications to that?
So
corporation tax or
obviously,
other tax?
I'm not an accountant. I'm not FCA qualified to give you financial advice. So just as a quick disclaimer there. But what I would say that, so there's two things to consider here. So let's say you went through the loan route or refinancing route. You have instantly put debt against the business, which will help give you tax breaks depending on how your accountant structured that on your balance sheet. I'm sure you're aware of that. So hopefully that one. And in terms of the seller's tax, so if they liquidated the business or took all the money to themselves, they have to pay normal corporation tax or whatever tax band they're in, 20 to 40% perhaps. I'm not 100% sure, to be fair, depending on how they've structured their business and their personal income. Most businesses, if the owner started up the business, will have something called entrepreneur's tax relief, which up to the first £1 million is 10%.
We've already talked about this morning,
yeah.
and how we do a members' voluntary liquidation, and they can take the cash out. Yeah.
I wish I came to this course, this particular one. I only learned online. Yes, so you're right. Some of the sellers do think that money in the business is their money, and that's where they have that emotional attachment to the business. They think, I've built this up for over 15, 20 years. That money is my money. These assets are my assets, which is in some ways fair enough. I'm not going to disagree with that, but how would they expect the business to run? Because what happened with Newcroft Training, when I brought that, we got left with zero in the bank, and I had to rent the land to a skip firm for £4,000 just to pay the wages on the Friday. And I've been in them situations where I've done a poor deal structure, and I've had to scrape and collect money just to fund the business I've brought, which is a bit strange when you hear it out loud. Really, the business should fund itself. You should calculate minimum 12 weeks, maximum 6 months of costs in the business and say, that's how much I want to leave in the business. Depends on how confident you are running that one. Hopefully that helps. Maybe.
I'm not going to even ever give anything even remotely looking like tax advice, because it would always come back to bite me. That is what your accountant is for. It would be wrong, because everyone's going to be slightly different. Everyone's going to have different sort of different approaches to how they would recognize that. But if there's tax to pay on anything, you pay the tax. And if there isn't any tax to pay, there's no tax to pay.
But you're taking money out of that business bank account to pay for itself. That's the bit that's just like, okay, that is strange.
Well, it's strange because you haven't done it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why it's strange.
And now you own it.
Sorry?
And now you own it.
Own what?
Yeah, you own the business. And you didn't.
So sorry, who owes the business money?
Well,
you do.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, because now we're the new owner.
Yeah. Yeah. Talk to your accountant, because it sounds like a sort of a one-to-one working that through with you might be useful.
May I just add to what you're asking, though? The business owns the assets, the cash, the liabilities, everything that comes with it if you're doing a share purchase agreement. So whatever that business is left with, and you're under control of that business, then you choose to do with the money what you please within your...
It's like if you use that money to go and buy some more tables and chairs.
Yeah, it depends how you structure the deal. With this particular
Again, it's a little bit like mechanics and sort of completion mechanics. You can get caught up in how that would work, or you could say that's actually what my lawyer does. That's what my accountant does. That's what my tax advisor does. And the bit I do is go and find the deals and put the deals together. So everyone plays their part.
Yes.
There are when it comes to leases, for example, I've got leases coming out of my ears. But I could not tell you for one moment, I am no expert on commercial leases at all. So I just take the advice of my conveyancing solicitor on whether this is a lease that I should be signing or not.
Yeah, 100%. I've got to agree with Jonathan. I think you should just focus on finding the deals, structuring the deals, getting legal advice with accountancy, solicitors, conveyancing.
But the thing is, it's common, it's done all the time, it's not unusual, it's only one of those things. I mean, I guess before, maybe even just a few months ago, the whole concept of buying a business was a completely unusual, alien concept. So it's all about a matter of perspective. Andy, and then we'll take a break.
Hi, Charlie. First of all, thanks for sharing that. It was really humble the way you put that across. Really like that. So thanks for that. I just want to go back. I'm sure Jonathan knows what avenue I'm going to go down here, but just step back a little bit. You said you had a training company.
Yes.
You just a little bit more about that. How you grew that. There's three parts to this.
And Andy's in the training sector.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's three parts. How you grew it. How you got around the permission to sell, because I'm guessing it was funded training that you were doing.
Okay.
And thirdly, how long's left on your non-compete?
Okay, that's interesting. I'm out my non-compete now, just so you know, because it's been about... Yeah, I've been about 3-4 years since I exited that business, so it's been a little bit... And how we grew the business, I identified who was our best customers. I looked at similar businesses who might need the services. So we was in the workplace training, HGVs, forklift, first aid, etc., etc. I'm sure you're aware. So we wasn't in a non-regulated training market, you know, such as sales course training, so to speak. So we're heavily regulated. We're approved by a lot of different government bodies and accrediting bodies. We even thought about setting up our own accrediting body, which I still might do one day. So yeah, growing the business. I don't know. I think there's a bit of energy, enthusiasm, identifying what needs to be done, what needs to be corrected, looking where the previous owner was going wrong, perhaps, and yeah, just constantly trying to hit the ground running. Every day I was wake up and go, right, what am I doing today? Write down my big list, and most of that would involve either managing costs, selling, managing staff, or buying stuff to improve the business, i.e. new equipment, or open up more training courses. I think when I first started, we only done 15 training courses. By the time I left, we'd done about 130 training courses. I'm a qualified instructor myself on a lot of them, so it's good to know what you're going to be asking your staff to do as well, I believe. I believe the business moulds you rather than you mould the business in some way. In terms of exit, there wasn't actually a lot of regulatory obstacles, you know, because we was a funded business. Similar to childcare, you know, you get funded places. I don't think anything's going to stop Jonathan from selling. You know, I didn't have one. It's funny, when I first bought the business, all the regulatory bodies were like, who are you? You know, and I think they were similar to the guy or the company I sold it to, but because I sold it to a college, they turn over 700 million a year. You know, they're already well funded, well regulated, well governed, so to speak. So I don't think they had probably less questions than I did when I brought it. I don't think no one should stop you from selling a business. That's your right to. I can't really think of any industries that will stop you from selling your business. Maybe military-based contracts, perhaps, but even then, I don't know.
Perhaps it's changed a little bit because there's a lot of government intervention now around funding when you're trying to sell it and having permission. And John was talking about this morning about things in permission to reassign contracts as well if you did an asset purchase.
Just to clarify, I was a road tap funded college, so I was top tier college at that when we sold to another college.
So you doing apprenticeships?
Yes, yeah, we've done the apprenticeships, traineeships, so on and so forth.
So we do the same, so that's why I was asking about.
Yeah, so you know, there's even a specific apprenticeship broker out on the market who I'm sure you're aware of, and even they will probably turn around and tell you that there shouldn't be nothing stopping you from selling it. And in fact, if I wasn't in car transport, I'd probably go back in education because it's a big sector. It is a huge sector.
And perhaps we should have a talk. Thanks for that.
Yeah. I think we're done. Charlie Norton, thank you very much. That was amazing. Thank you. Would you like to stay for the rest of the afternoon? You've got a meeting. You've got a.
I was only a phone call negotiation.
Oh, okay. All right, okay. Let's take a quick coffee break, 10, 12 minutes, and back here for the final session of the day. Alrighty. Okay, so if you could retake your seat for me, please. It's up to you. It's up to you. Yeah, of course. Yeah, anytime. Yeah. Alrighty. So when I was saying about mechanics, just let everyone else get on with it. I've just completed a refinancing, a 7-figure refinancing this afternoon, and today there's been a sum of money flying around between Lloyd's solicitors, one set solicitors for Lloyd's, my solicitors, paying off some old finance so off to that finance company, and then ending up in my account at some point in the next couple of hours, I hope. So, I don't even know what the direction of movement, but it ends up in the right place. That's the most important thing. You get the end result. So what we're going to do now is a detailed exercise so that you have a very clear plan to get you to the goal, the financial goal that you put down yesterday morning, which seems like a very long time ago, but it was only yesterday morning. So a very detailed plan, and it's a 7-step plan. So I want you to write these steps down, please, because this is what you're going to be doing in a moment in a small group. The first is to identify exactly what the outcome is in terms of pounds and pence. Now, you said a number yesterday. You might want to have the same number, or even now, you might want to be revisiting that number as a larger number. What I want you to consider is the impact that just 2 days in this room has had is if that number has gone from 3 million to 5 million. You've just set the goal 2 million pounds bigger in 48 hours, which is pretty good. So identify precisely what that financial outcome is. And then think about the benefits to you. What is at stake here? Now, you heard Charlie say that when he sold the training business, he was able to buy the house for the new family house. And it sounds like a 7-bed manor house. Sounds like a decent establishment. Okay. When he took the deal fee out of the next one, he was able to buy his dad a new car. Yeah. So what are the benefits to you, your family, and the people closest to you? And then I want you to switch gears slightly. What are the obstacles? What are the things standing in your way? And then I want you to look at each of those obstacles, and I want you to decide whether they are real or whether they are imagined. That is step 3. Identify the goal. What are the benefits? What are the obstacles? And one obstacle that is not acceptable is I don't have the time. Because we can use that for absolutely everything. I was chatting with someone earlier, and we were saying there's always time for Netflix. So we can funnel that time, or some of that time. And then what are the skills that we need that we currently lack? So where do we need to upskill ourselves? Is it negotiation? Is it on deal structures? Is it on deal sourcing? Next step. Who are the people that we need to get around to help us be successful? Who are the people, who are the organizations that we need to be associated with, that we need to spend time with to get us not just in the right mindset, but in the right skill set? And then we come to the plan that we talked about where we worked backwards. I think it was after lunch yesterday, where we said, if this is the goal, how many deals do we need? What is the profit margin? What's the exit multiple? How much revenue do we need to create the profit that we can then sell for that exit multiple to get the number that we want? So the plan that we talked about yesterday. And then I want you to be very clear on the timeline. Now, if there's a 3-year exit, which is not a bad timeline at all, and I would suggest that 3 years is sensible, you can't do all the buying and all the selling in 6 months. So 3 years sounds like a sensible figure or a sensible time frame. What do you need to do right now to get started? There's no point having a 3-year plan but only getting started in beginning of year 3. So what are we going to do immediately? Again, great point. We're right at the very beginning of the first month of the year. So what's going to happen this month? What's going to happen next month? And the more you do in these early months, the better the outcome will be, the faster the outcome will be, the more reliable the outcome will be. Again, if you know that you want to get fit and healthy for that holiday in 6 months' time, probably starting now would be a great idea rather than leaving it till Easter. Again, with what we're doing, the same thing applies. So the earlier we do it, the better. So it's identifying the outcome and the goal. What are the benefits? What are the obstacles? What are the skills required? Who are the people we need to get around? What is the plan? And then what is the timeline? So you need to be now, please, in groups of 3. I haven't counted the number of people in the room, so there might well be a group of 4 as well. And I would suggest that those groups consist of people you don't know so well. And if you are here as a partnership, you split up and you're in different groups. Why? Because you'll end up with 2 different plans. And it could be quite interesting to compare those plans later on this evening to see if you're on the same page and to see maybe where you are diverging on your plans. So I would suggest, please, that you use this room as much as you want to, but you can also use the areas outside here, just in front of the restaurant, down in the reception. Joe will come and get you when we need to bring you back. So decide in your groups of 3 and go forth and plan. Okay, guys, right. So, the first stage. So, how do we get on with that? How did that go? See, when you start to crystallize it and put it onto a piece of paper, it starts to commit you as well, doesn't it? It starts to focus you. So the first was identifying the outcome. Who had a number that was different to the number you started off with yesterday morning? A few of you. Okay. Instead of passing the mic around, we'll just get you to call out. Was it higher or lower? Higher. How much higher?
Went from 2 to 5.
Wow. So we added 3 million.
Sorry? Yeah, 3. Yeah.
We added 3 million in 48 hours. Imagine what that's going to be like after a year. Yeah. What did we get over here? Sorry? You doubled. Do you think you went in too low before? And we've gone higher because of what, would you say? In fact, let us grab the mic for this. Why have we gone? Why have you doubled?
I think I've suddenly realised that with the conversation which happened today and yesterday, that it's more achievable and it's quicker. And it's like you said about doing 62 deals in a year. That seems unbelievable, but it's a cookie cutter exercise to a certain extent, isn't it? So, and keeping the funnel full.
Yes.
So yeah.
Brilliant. That's really good. Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. Who else went up? Or just pass the Carsten beside you first. No, that's okay. Doesn't matter. You're in the middle. That's fine. Sorry.
Yeah, I went up. I had put yesterday. I had put on my own paper 10 million as a target, but that I would be happy with 2. So I said 2 yesterday. I put that up to 20. So just a bit. And the reason behind this, well, thinking about also with the multiples and so on, it's probably only realistic with a 10 times multiple if you have around 1 million in revenue, I imagine. If you have companies switch together.
Revenue or profit?
Oh, sorry, in profit, yeah. So to get a figure which is a single figure million is actually less realistic than getting 2 figures, because
that's interesting.
If
you're saying it's actually easier to get the big numbers than it is the small ones.
Well, if you want 5 million and you're thinking 10 a 10 multiple, you're not going to get that on 500,000. You're not going to get a 10 multiple.
That's right.
So actually hitting a figure between 1 to 10 million is probably difficult, because if you end up building it up so high.
So are you saying,
that
Carsten,
you will be
it's
higher.
easier to think bigger than it is to think smaller?
Yeah, when you sit and break it down, yeah.
Okay. You had a number go up?
From 500,000, from 100,000 to...
So where did you start off at?
Originally, at the end of the 3 years would be 500,000, yeah.
5, yeah.
But now it's gone from that to 5 million, because due to a better understanding of the question.
Okay. Well, it could also be...
No. That's right.
So, sorry, pass the mic to Jason here. Jason, you worked out how long...
She said she wanted 100,000 per year. That's all she needs to live. So I said, well, how long do you need that for? Because you're going to sell this business and potentially never do anything else. So we worked out how long she might live for if it goes really well. And times...
Well, that was a part of the exercise I was
And then it got to about 5 million. So.
How long she's going to live for if it goes really well.
Could go further.
Yeah, but you know, so when you're in this sort of environment, you start to think, well, yeah, I'm not going to be the one with the smallest goal. Well, I'm not going to be the one watching everyone else fly ahead of me. So, yeah, very good. All right, let's pass the mic across. Anyone else have a growth over here? Yes? Couple? Did you have your hand up? Why doesn't that surprise me?
Yes, so I went from...
That's Eleanor's microphone, we're going to call that from now on.
Yeah. So, I went from 5 million to 50 million sale price.
Sorry, went from 5 to 50?
Yes.
Wow. What's the sector?
Well, that was construction.
Construction.
Mm-hmm. And bolt-on companies.
You got some competition, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
Great. Okay. And Barnaby, do you have a mic? You will have any second.
Yeah, I went up from 3. Again, I didn't really understand the question. What would you be happy with? Well, I'm happy with 3 million.
So what part of what would you not be happy with?
Yeah.
is not understandable.
I've gone up to 10 million since I've discovered the haulage sector.
You may not be alone on that one.
No, honestly, it's to do with, once it's broken down into how many letters, how many conversations, how much revenue, how much profit, then it actually is very achievable.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. So then we talked about the benefits. Do you have clearly defined benefits of why you are doing this? A sufficiently compelling reason to get you out of bed to remind you why you are doing this? I tell you mine, because it's not for me. I mean, I'm okay. Yeah, I don't have a particularly sort of lavish lifestyle. For me, it's all about securing my daughter's future, not in a way that makes her spoiled, but in a way that if she becomes that person that she might become, where she's interested in business and she understands how finance works, then she can actually, there's a very interesting future ahead of her. And so for me, that's the goal. And really, if I walked out of here and got hit by that bus, then what would happen? So for me, it's about securing her future, which is way more interesting to me than my own. I'll be okay, you know. So has everyone got a compelling reason? Now, I realize these are going to be very, very personal to you. So does anyone have a compelling reason that they are willing to share? Okay, Gillian, let's get the mic over to the back table, please. You've got one already, ready to go. Go for it.
Okay, so two really. One is, quite honestly, it's security for the rest of our lives. It's our pension. And the second is, I actually want to do what I want, when I want, with who I want, and where I want. You know, if I want to buy somebody, if I see somebody who needs a wheelchair, I want to be able to sign that check to give them a wheelchair. If I want to go to a course in San Francisco, I don't want to have to work out, can I afford it?
Can you afford it? Yeah, yeah, absolutely. It's like you don't want to be looking at the prices on the menu to decide how hungry you are. Yeah. As they used to say. I think I heard that 30 years ago. Always thought that was amusing. So what are the obstacles? What are the things that could stand in your way? Thank you for that. That was great. What are the obstacles? What could stand in your way? Okay. Right. Yes, go for it. Anne?
It's myself.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Self-belief, self-confidence,
I think that's a
commitment,
pretty good answer.
time management, name it, whatever. Guilty.
It like we said, thank you. You versus you.
Rocky 3, I think. Two worlds collide, rival nation.
All right. The mulled wine's out. Yeah. Okay. So very interesting. Very interesting. So I actually think that for most people, you could summarize it with, you. You are the obstacle that stands in your way. And in businesses, typically the business owner is the friction point in the business and stops the business. And when you look at businesses to buy, you see this. And taking out that business owner releases the business. Well, you are also a business owner. You are the business owner of an acquisitions business, and you are the friction point if you allow yourself to be. What you don't want to be is to become the business owner that you would buy from, who holds on to the business, doesn't let anyone make any decisions, makes the business all about them, therefore diminishes the value, the business doesn't grow, grinds to a halt, falls off a cliff, and it sells for nothing. You don't want to be that person. So much of what we do here is mindset. Because if we keep the mindset clear and the mindset positive, then you get the outcome that you want far faster than the person who has the negative mindset, says, I can't do it, I can't do it, I can't do it. I'm not worthy, I can't do it, I can't make this happen. Everyone else is better than me. No, we all have the same opportunity here. Jason, obstacles.
Well, it probably boils down to what you just said, but if I'm honest, it's like I think of these mentors that are in my life that are successful business people who have done extremely well.
Guys.
And they don't really get this kind of buy and build strategy, and I've just got into business only in the last couple of years, my own proper business that's sort of still got a negative balance sheet, and they would be like saying, just get your own business sorted out first before you start getting all excited and moving on to new things. And it's that I'm almost thinking, I don't want to ditch them as mentors, but I want to have like the confidence.
Yeah, the fastest way sometimes to sort your own business is to buy another business. Yeah. If you're struggling with sales, to grow sales in your business, then go and buy the sales. Go and buy someone else who's got £500,000 of sales and put it into yours. It's faster and cheaper than building up another £500,000 of sales organically. So it's a good way to solve issues like that. Great, Jason. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other obstacles other than the you are the one standing in your way? Don't forget, we couldn't use time. So in actual fact, if you take out time and you take out yourself, there's not a lot left, is there? Really? Which means that it is either time, and that's just not acceptable. You know, that's what a 6-year-old says. I haven't got time to do my homework. You know, we're grown-ups about this. We can make time. We can manage our time. So then, if you take that out of the way, it's you. Which is why working on you and working on your mindset is what releases the brakes. And then we've got skills. What are the skills that you need that you don't yet have? Anyone would like to go the mic on this table to anyone on this table or that table? Eleanor, let Lisa speak for a moment there. Let's spread it around a little bit. Yes.
Yeah. My problem is I'm not very good on the finance side. I'm fine on doing the research, contacting the companies, building the rapport with the people. But the finance, for some reason or other, I can't get my head around it. And it really annoys me because when I was at school, I could be top of the class in maths, but I can't do it these days.
Yeah. You know that I'm not great either. I'm not that good.
So I need someone to do the finance for me.
It's as simple as that.
Yeah. And I've struggled looking at accounts of large and small companies.
Why struggle if it's not your thing?
And I just don't understand them, and yet...
You've got the people skills. Let someone else have the accountancy skills. Play to your strengths rather than trying to be the best at everything. Be what you're good at already, what you're naturally good at, and then effectively outsource, delegate everything else.
Yeah.
There's a solution. David.
Just to maybe add to that, which is something you said was either today or yesterday, I've lost track of time now. If you can buy something for between 0 and 3 times profit, and then if you build a big enough group and later you can sell it for 7, 8, 9, 10 times or more ideally, then providing, you know, that really lit a bulb in my head of that's a very quick and easy way of looking at it, providing then you can figure out how and if you can negotiate well to buy it, but as long as you're comfortable that the profitability vis-a-vis the turnover in the business, I mean, if you know, the sector, you need to understand a bit about the sector you're looking at, and that's a totally different thing. But in terms of the finances, the details of the assets, the balance sheet, I think someone else should worry about that. But if you just worry about a simple number of how many multiples of profit do you need, and if the profit looks reasonable and it's 100k and you need 10 of those businesses to make you $1 million, in my head that was more of a simple equation, maybe, without looking at too much finance. Anyway, I was going to say...
I thought that was the thing.
No, that was not the thing. That was
yeah, sure.
Negotiation was actually going to be my thing.
Negotiation,
which is, a lot of people have said it this week. I'm still struggling with being able to say to somebody, I love your business, you've got 200,000 in the bank, I'd like to give you 200,000.
Anyone else feel similar?
And that's
Anyone
not, by the way, that's not
skills list.
That's not the mechanism of how that's done legally. It's the, if you want to almost call it the moral dilemma of saying, Jonathan, you've built a great nursery business. There's some money in the bank. I'm going to give you that money. Now, the company, the nursery business, is separate to Jonathan J.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people, especially with smaller businesses, don't get that, or maybe it's just me and
No,
some of us in this room.
which
that
is
don't
why
get
you
that.
adopt the attitude of this is how it's done. And those of you who are already on the list, or Maria's list, or we're running two lists, we're running Maria's list and my list for the rest of the year, then we're going to be practicing negotiation every single month with an exercise and role plays. Because this is a safe environment where you can stumble a little bit and no one's going to say, who do you think you are? What's going on here? Yeah, this is the opportunity in this type of environment where you can make the mistakes and it doesn't really matter. Great, thank you. Any other skills that need to be built up? So the table at the back here, we've got a microphone here, and then one other person. Anyone else? Any skills over this side? Okay.
Yeah, thanks. I'm quite comfortable, I think, in myself around where my strengths and weaknesses are around the actual implementation, the execution of all this. The big thing I'm taking away, as it sort of rolls into the next one, people I need to be around, is I think I'm going to research and look up a mindset coach, somebody to work with. To actually sort
mindset is so important, yeah.
Because I think you can read all the books, you can apply it to people that work for you in the past, etc. But yeah, I think it's something that needs to be on me.
Yeah, the best work you can ever do is on yourself. The difference between the people who make it and the people who watch everyone else make it is going to be the people who get out and do it. And getting out and do it requires some self-belief, and it requires some confidence, and your head in the right place, whether it's for negotiation or whether it's actually just sitting down with someone. And I think someone asked a question of Charlie earlier, how did you feel negotiating with the multi-millionaire owner? And it comes down to having the knowledge, because knowledge gives you confidence, understanding the process, and it doesn't, if someone can be the multi-millionaire owner of a business, it doesn't mean that they've ever bought or sold a business before. And you knowing more about the whole deal and the way it's done than they do, that gives you confidence. And then I would say practice. I would say it's practicing it again and again and again so that you just, it flows. Whether it's talking to people on the phone, doing that first phone call. I mean, how many calls did Chris say he did personally? 70 or 80, I think? So that's a lot. You get good after that time. So identifying the people that you need to get around, so someone to sort of coach you on your mindset. Yeah,
that's one. That was it. That was an obvious one which unlocked quite a few things, I think. Excuses of myself mainly. I think that'll help.
Well, yeah. We all have versions of excuses that we tell ourselves. Yeah.
You need a physical alter ego to challenge you, I think. The other thing I had was accountability. There was struggling, but I think if the mindset's right, the accountability with this peer group would come automatically. Because that's what
I tell you something. If those of you who are joining me, if you come month after month and you haven't done anything, you will fall into a minority where you'll say, I don't want to be in that minority. I want to be in the majority of people doing stuff and talking about deals, and therefore I'm going to make sure I do something. It's like your children getting all their homework done before the first day of the new term, or getting all your work cleared before the flight leaves tomorrow morning to go on holiday. When you've got a deadline, when you know that something has to be done by a certain date, then you do it. So accountability is a big thing.
The final thing is really the five closest people you deal with.
Yeah.
I've got to do something now, I think. So this helps.
You are the average of the 5 people that you spend the most time with. So if you have an acquisition mindset, that's what you're going to be doing in the future. Spend time with people who are on the same path as you or several steps ahead of you, because they will pull you along in their wake. If the people around you are people saying, well, why are you doing that? Or do you really want to do that? It sounds like hard work. Well, it's a lot of risk, isn't it? It's very risky if you do that. Then you're going to be dragged down. And you want to be buoyed up. Yeah, great. Anyone else identified people that they need to be associated with, they need to get on their team, Anyone else? Yeah, go for it.
Well, I realized in the process that I'm quite analytical and I lack implementation skills.
Okay.
So I think I need to balance my analytical skills with someone who can implement.
Over-analysis creates paralysis. Yeah. You can think about it, and you never do. And it's like standing on the diving board, looking over into the pool. The longer you stand there looking into the pool, the less likely you are to dive, because all the things that could go wrong are going around in your head. You just jump. Now, it's better to jump when there's a lifeguard walking around the pool, to carry on the pool analogy.
Well, you're there, aren't you?
I'm the lifeguard. Nicely linked. But the point that you make is absolutely right, and you will not be the only person in this room who maybe thinks a little too much, and therefore, as a result, doesn't. It's almost like an excuse for not acting. I haven't thought it all through yet. I need to analyze it some more.
It's because I think I'm quite insecure, so I then try to compensate it by getting the knowledge, the understanding, but it's not always helpful. It's better to sometimes jump in and
The
swim.
knowledge and understanding comes from the action.
Yeah, you see.
If you act, number one, you got a result. Number two, you acted rather than procrastinated. And number three, you're building your knowledge. Yeah. You will learn so much from your first acquisition if you're at that stage. So much from that. The sooner you do it, the better. And I will do everything I can to push you to get that first one done. Because once you've got the first one done, it's a sort of a rebirth. You like, oh, I now know I can do it. Where's the next one? And this is what I'll do differently next time. Yeah, everything. This is Ginny. Ginny says, I'll do everything different next time. Great. And then we talked about the plan. Now, we went through this yesterday, so we won't go through it again. But has that exercise of working backwards, this is what I want, this is what I need to do to get there, these are the deals that I need to do, been helpful? Has it created a stronger strategy? Do you think you just pass the mic across the table for me, please? Thank you.
Yeah, I've got a question. I'm wondering whether I need to make my number bigger. It's a question I wrote down yesterday and never got around to asking yet. So when we were talking earlier, I was going to ask about private equity and when you're cashing out, about the way that they structure the deal, because from what I heard this morning, they're going to try and put some deferred payments in that you're never likely to see.
Well, it depends which private equity firm. Some are quite aggressive in that way, and others less so. Those of you who I will see on a regular basis, I will maybe not at our first meeting the end of this month, but by our February meeting, a deal's come through. Go for it, Phil. I will maybe be able to share with you a case study of that exact situation. Dun, dun, dun. But usually 2 million EBITDA for many funds is a minimum investment level, because it means that you've proven the concept. You know, you've got a very stable business. It can take a dip of 10% and nothing really, it doesn't really change the numbers massively, and it's a great platform for growth. But there are other ways of doing it that I'm very happy to share as time goes on, and I know you are with me, so you'll hear this over the next few months. Yeah, great. So did anyone else's plan clarify? I've got a little bit of homework for you. I want you to write out everything that we've just been talking about: the number, the benefits, the obstacles, the skills, the people, and the plan. I realize we haven't come to timeline yet, but the plan. And I want you to do that every single day. 7 days a week. Take 3, 4, 5 minutes, and you'll find every time you rewrite it, you will refine it. And you'll become clearer. And as you grow in experience, the plan will change slightly. It will, maybe the time frame would change, or the goal would change. But if you do this every single day, no different to someone training to run a marathon, for example. You can't take a few weeks off and expect to be able to pick it up where you left off. You fall, I imagine, you fall backwards. You kind of go back and you have to start again. So if you do this every single day, those of you who do will be more successful than those of you who don't. Now, doing this every single day will not guarantee your success. Of course it won't. But it will move you there a lot faster because you'll be focused on the goal and what it is that you want to achieve. The last point was timeline. I think 36 months is a good timeline. So let's not tinker with that too much. Let's leave that where it is. But writing out these 7 steps every single day, it might only take you 3, 4, 5 minutes. And keep a separate pad for this. And you will discover as time goes on, it changes. I'll share one with you now if you like. So last June, no, let's get my years right. June 20. So June 20. So what's that? 18 months ago, right? June 20. It was a very good, very hot summer, wasn't it, that year? And I remember very clearly there's some benches opposite where I live, and I was sitting out there with my coffee one morning, and I was writing out my goals, and I've got the pad that they were in. And I had a very, very clear exit value for the current business that I'm growing, and the number was a good number. It was a decent number. Looking back on those notes from 18 months ago, I can tell you that number now is like never. It's got to be more than 10 times that. Not just because my thinking might have changed, but because the business has changed. Because we've done so many acquisitions since then. So keeping a record like this is actually quite an interesting sort of historical point for you personally, where you can look back and you can see what you wanted originally and where you are now. So again, those of you that I'm going to be seeing on a regular basis, I'm going to make sure that your diary, your daily update of your goals is up to date, because I know that if you keep the focus there, when things get bumpy, and sometimes they do with acquisitions, then you won't fall off track because your resolve will be so strong. Does that make sense? And on that note, whether or not I see you again, the very best of luck. Make the most of this year. And the next 3 years is going to happen regardless. Isn't it? So let's make it a spectacular 36 months. So have a safe journey home. I look forward to seeing some of you again at the end of the month. And good luck with everything. Thanks, everyone. Thank you. Thank you.